Okay, so probably we'll start in like 5 minutes. Some people still having coffee. I'm gonna tell them we're gonna start. So we're gonna start soon, 1 minute or so. You can have a seat. I hope all is fine so far. If you haven't got the chance to have a coffee or so, you can still go outside. And also some sandwiches for a lightweight light lunch. Tomorrow will be like a proper lunch, and the day after like the same. Just if anyone has a question at the very beginning for Wi-Fi, I hope you got the information from front desk. It's one flyer in the back, one in the front. Hopefully there will be no troubles with the internet access. Otherwise, try to tell at the front desk and I'll try to figure out. Okay, I think most of the people that were registered for today are in. A couple of speakers will arrive later, so tomorrow is going to be more crowded. We are full booked from this point of view. Who was before pandemic, we were a little bit more crowded, but for this edition we, together with the host here, we decided to have it a bit more rarefied, and we reduced the maximum capacity. And also you notice there is no like exhibition tables outside that we used to have before pandemic. So this edition, it's just to get the wheels rolling after these 3 years of restrictions and so on. Thank you everyone for coming. It's very encouraging to see that we got a very significant number of participants this year as well. I'm going to give you some information about some interactive session, because before I'm starting with what's going to be more like an workshop and technical presentation, we'll still have today like an open discussion for an hour. There are a couple of Kamailio developers, including myself, Victor, and we have from the community Fred and other developers that I'll name when we are going to start. Tomorrow we'll have this your deployment on stage, which gives you the chance, if you want, to present what you are doing with Kamailio, and not only. So if you do something else related to real-time communication, of course, you can contact me or Marcus once he arrives. He's going to arrive a little bit later today. He has a template, and practically you can present in 5 slides what you are doing with Kamailio. There are a few spots available. I think there are already like 3, so half of the spots are taken, but please do it. Again, you have time till tomorrow afternoon, and I will probably give you some gifts for those participating in the session. For example, I printed some books, Kamailio admin book, and I'm going to give it as a raffle, but those that participate to this session have also a higher chance. Probably I'm giving 1 or 2 to those in the group. And then we have Randy back with us. I think Randy was at all edition, and I'm thankful for coming also this edition. He was here. I'm not sure if it's Randy, it's outside. But he does the usual panel to discuss what's going to be in the future of VoIP. Probably it's going to be a lot artificial intelligence, chat GPT and stuff like that. He will bring in front of you a couple of the speakers and participants, not only the speakers. And then James Buddy returns with the dangerous demo. So he might have to hunt you to prepare some demo to show, and we'll give you some prizes. I'll also give some prizes there as well. As I said, I have some books. We have a few devices from Snom that I will also give during this like 3 or 4 Snom devices to give away. So there are prices around here. Otherwise, a lot of people return it. We are doing pretty much everything in this area. The main conference room outside, it's going to be drinking, eating with the catering room across the big hall. We have also here open for the garden. It's nice weather outside, so during the breaks, especially those that smoke could go there. Should be the door open on the back of the room. As I said, with the Wi-Fi, hopefully everyone got connected. If not, check these flyers also at the registration desk, and in case of troubles, let us know. And it's also very important that you take care of your belongings here. It's practically only participants at the event, but as you may have noticed, The hall is common for everyone that goes in upper layers. So have your very important ID, wallet, and so on with you always, and care about them. And to end the introduction, of course, I have to thank to our sponsors and also the host of this event again is done together with Fraunhofer Focus Institute. And it's actually, we are here at the Fraunhofer Forum venue. And yeah, SIPTO, it's the one that you interacted with from commercial registration point of view, but the venue and the co-organization is done together with the Fraunhofer Research Institute. Tomorrow there will be a presentation from them. Unfortunately, Professor Thomas Magedans had to leave for a trip this evening. He's going to be replaced. He was here earlier. Probably some of you saw him coming to take some picture and so on. Then our main sponsors, Sipgate. This year they also offered the t-shirts with the 5060 on the back. A new design. Hopefully you enjoy it. Then we have Tullio supporting us, and we'll have also presentation from Lucas. I already saw him here, so something with security. I think everyone is familiar with Tullio, and I'm happy to have them on board and again supporting this post-pandemic event where, yeah, some wheels needed to be pushed harder to get them moving. Probably you notice yourself in your ecosystem, a lot of companies change it, a lot of things are not like before. And Federico, I haven't seen it, very active developer is not here, but he's from Libon, has good contribution to Kamailio, including this T-Silo that facilitate integration with mobile devices for push notification and so on. TLSA memory manager, so it's really active in the system. Then we have actually the Zoiper, just to mention that team, but now coming with Banafo. I haven't seen Joachim and Mierla. Probably they will arrive later. They work now with some speech technology and so on. Something very interesting. Mierla will have a presentation, but not that technical. Simud returning to support us as usual for our edition. Charles was gonna come, but I think tomorrow will be here or later in the afternoon. Might show up here for the. He's also one of the active developers, especially in the past with distributed message queue. And thanks Fred again for supporting us from LOD, Fred Posner, and he will have also presentation with API ban. The Magic team from Pascom for live streaming and recording, they are on the corner. And Snom that will also give away some of their devices. Probably if you are at least in Europe, you are familiar with their phones. And we are partnered with Clucon as usual from the Free Switch project. So check their website. They are back in August. I will be at Clucon as well from the Signal Wire and Free Switch team. That would be, thank you everyone for coming, and now I'm gonna start my technical presentation. So today it's supposed to be a little bit more relaxed, not everything with nice slides, and we try to get okay. So it's for tuning, as you can see some of this. So at least from my point of view, I have 2 workshops. I will try to name them, mainly for those that don't want to stress themselves about just making slides and be nice designer. Hopefully mine are not that ugly. But then we can switch to the terminal, and hopefully you can guide me what you'd like to see with hash tables in the first presentation, and the last today will be about the Kamcli control tool, a tool that I find very nice, and I hope that more and more will adopt it. And I try to show you the features, but also how you can extend it, because it's easy to tailor it for your needs. And you don't have to make it back public, because you'll see it's going to be a file that you can keep private. It doesn't require patching existing files that could be a nightmare to maintain sometime. If any question about this event from organizatoric point of view at this moment, please ask. If not, then we will start with hash tables everywhere in Kamailio. And I know at least Fred loves hash tables a lot, and probably his tutorials about API ban are also including some stuff with hash tables there. So yeah, we use hash tables a lot, and I know that many here are not programmers like myself. So I'm a C developer by, let's say, education. I did high school in programming, in information technology. I did computer science engineering, and most of the last 20 years with, over 20 years with SIP Express Router, OpenACR, Kamailio, I did the C coding. So hash table, it's a structure to index or order data to facilitate faster searching. And while we have this HTable module in Kamailio, which gives you a lot of flexibility in the config file to store key value items there, these hash tables are used a lot in other modules. And I'll give some examples. I can say from now one of them, for example, active registration. So when a phone registers, Daniel at Asipto goes to our register module, and if you know the config file, you call their save location. Actually, it's storing in a hash table in memory, and can also store in the database. For who is familiar with user lock register knows this concept. So I'm trying with this one to give you some details about the structure itself, and to demystify it a little bit, I gave the link to the Wikipedia, which has also a quite nice article, not from technical point of view, not very technical, so easy read from, okay, my opinion. But I try to give another example here, what this would be. So I took this example here with ASCII code. I think most of you are familiar. You know that behind every character there is a number. So you have the table here, like for uppercase A it's 65, lowercase a it's 97, because of course computers work only with numbers, you know, bits and then numbers, and everything at some point inside the computer it's a number. And what's one of the most important characteristics of the hash tables is this hashing function, which gives stickiness based on a key. So, for example, with registration, the key is the address of the user, this address of record, Daniel at Asipto. And the hashing function computes an integer, a number, based on the input. So we have a set of characters, like Daniel, for example, and then gets a number based on that. And a simple hashing function will be to do the sum of ASCII code corresponding to the letters in your input string. So I get here an example for Bob, right? The hashing function practically does the sum of ASCII code for B-O-B. The full sum will be 307. And the hash table itself, it's, you can think it like an array of lists. And practically, or list of lists, And with the hashing function, we use to figure out which slot is going to be used, which list is going to be used for storing that item. Because with the hash table, you usually have the key and the value. With the module htable, the value is a string or integer because it's the config file interpreter. But with user lock, practically the value is a structure where we keep the contact, we keep the call ID, so it's a larger structure in that hash table. And because of this stickiness, no matter how many times I compute it, for the same input, we have the same output. And then for Bob, if it registers with, let's say, 10 devices, all those devices will be on the same list. So then we can easily make these limits, like maximum 10 registration or 5 registration. So helps us just keeping them random and then working to see the entire list there. And then also helps in searching like random values because we are not going to search on a single list. We are going to search on a smaller number of items. The slot, it's computed using the modulo operator. So depending how many slots we have, based on the hash ID value, we get the slot and then we look over that list. With the hash table module, we also give names. So in the config file, you refer to this hash table by name. So this is trying to give you like the hash table head structure as we have it with some modules. But some modules, as I said, because they use it only internally, they have their own approach with the head structure for the hash table. So here it's one of the benefits that I try to exemplify. Think about 1 million telephone numbers that you have, right? You are a pretty large provider, and from that perspective, if you need to search a value associated with a phone number, could be that the type of the user, prepaid, postpaid, could be anything else that you want to associate. If you keep it in a single list, then practically in the worst scenario, when you need it for the last item there, you will have to walk 1 million records, right, items. When you switch to hash table and assuming like a fair distribution, and we have like 1,000 slots, practically we have 1,000 lists, each list with 1,000 items. And based on the hashing function, we quickly figure out by making the sum and then modulo number of slots, we get to, let's say, this slot. And in the worst scenario now, we have 1,000 comparison. So instead of 1 million comparison, then we have some mathematical operations, a sum, which is very fast, plus modulo, and then we reduce the time quite a lot. And especially if you think about a single list, practically after 1,000 record, all the others are more expensive to find and get their value. In Kamailio inside, we don't use this sum of ASCII codes. There are other hashing functions. There are, let's say, theories from the mathematicians out there, which give some formulas, let's say, that are more suitable, let's say, for numbers or more suitable for email-like addresses. If you know your type of input, then you can select a proper or a better function for hashing. And yeah, this is the structure. This is like just generic description for the structure itself. But in Kamailio, we use it, as I said, in a lot of modules. And the first one that I'm approaching here, and actually the one with the most details in this presentation, and when I'm going to do some hands-on, we'll probably play with this module a little bit, is the H table, which practically H comes from the hash. I just, or the name of the module, it's a short of the structure behind it. But this one comes, let's say, only for the config file needs that you may have outside of user log, outside of dialog module, or even the transaction module use hash tables inside. So for the config file, as you know, we have the variables, and the variables can have either integer or either string value. And the same happens with the hash table. You can associate to the key of your choice. A key can be computed with variables as well, and you associate values to it. Now this module has quite some features, can also load data from a database table at startup. So you can have your input, like as I mentioned, the type of user. You have the user ID, and it's prepaid, postpaid, or premium user, and so on. And by this you do caching. And it's loading, and everything is in memory. At runtime, you work only with memory. And has also the option to write back at shutdown. But then hashtable also offers you the feature of changing values via RPC commands. So if you want to add, remove values from a hash table, you can do it externally with kmctl, kmcli, or your application using JSON RPC, for example. And then you can define many hash tables in Kamailio configuration file. As you can see on the your right side, I define it the hash table A and D with the name, and after the arrow are those properties for the hash table, like size defines the number of slots. Because of some optimization internally, we work with powers of 2, so number of slots will be actually 2 power 4 for the hash table A. That means 16 slots. Another feature coming with hash table is the ability to remove items after a while, so you can set an expire value. So you can say, keep it here for 5 minutes. This could be useful, for example, caching passwords. Because sometimes when you start the phone that it's watching other extensions, let's say for blinking lamps called pickup, you usually have a registration which is authenticated, and then it's like a burst of subscribe to all the other extensions to get their status. And in SIP, especially over UDP, you have to authenticate every request, right? Because after register, it's going to be subscribe a different request to a different target. And by caching, after the register authentication, if you cache the password, then you can avoid or skip going to the database for every subscription. This just to give you an example. You can also specify like an initial value. So something like, I know that I'm going to work with integer, especially for counters it's useful, it's where I use it. So I don't have to worry if the value is already set. I just start increasing it because it's going to start from 0 or from whatever I need. And also very useful, its ability to replicate the content of the hash table using DMQ, distributed message queue from Kamailio. So you can have a pair or many Kamailios. I'll have the example that it's also in the default config file. You can detect unwanted traffic, and then you want to block that IP, you can put it in a hash table, and that will be replicated to the rest of your farm for hash table. So you have a couple of attributes, quite flexibility in setting this. Keep it forever or keep it only for 2 minutes, 120 seconds. And you can actually specify it per item. So even if you set it like a global per hash table, then you can actually make it individual per item with this SHTX variable. So the format of SHT, it's between the parentheses will be the table name, like A, and then will be the key after the arrow, this ABC. And then the example is setting the value to source IP, $SI, and setting that item to expire in 30 seconds. The key Again, it's part of the variable name after the arrow. Can be also variable. If you look lower down there, you can see this SHT inc, a arrow, and then $RU. $RU, it's the request URI, so it's the target address. So you have flexibility on using variables in the name as well as in the value. Other features coming from this module would be the ability to count the items in the hash table. And a very simple example here, counting using a regular expression and matching the name. That will be SHT-CN, count by name. And then you can have the option to match by value with SHT-CV, count by value. I will have another slide to explain a bit the matching expression, because it's not, can be more than just a regular expression. And sometimes I use hash table quite a lot for, you know, kind of metrics values, and it's very convenient to have this atomic increment decrement also as a variable, because I can also log it if I need to. And then there are actually also functions that give you more flexibility to work with. I'll have some screenshots for them. Another very useful feature would be these iterators. So you can actually walk all the values in the hash table, not only address a single item with the variable. You can walk to see all the values if you need them. So for this matching, for counting, you have the expression. If you don't provide an operator, it will be just a regular expression matching. But then the first two characters can have a special meaning for an operator indication. So if you have like two tildes, will be the equivalent of just regular expression, so you can omit it unless you want to make it explicit. And then sometimes it's useful to match by prefix. It's telephony, right? So matching starts with or ends with. We have the two variants, right prefix and left prefix. If you want to match as a value, string or integer, you have also equal, equal, and EQ. That could be also useful to, for example, see how many items have the value Daniel in that case. In terms of the key, it's unique, so matching with the exact value, the keys, sometimes it's, I mean, it's useless more or less. And then if you want to count all the items, you just provide the two asterisks for it. So you have some examples also here on the right side. The last one, it's counting by matching the prefix 49, like the country code for Germany as an example. So this is quite powerful. I use it sometimes to put a restriction on active calls. So practically I can use like call ID, which is common for invite and buy. So when it's a new invite, I put an item using the call ID as a key. And then the value, let's say, would be the user ID. And then when I get a new call, I count to see how many items have the value the same user. And if it's 1, I can reject the second. And I'm not using dialog module in this case, because maybe next hop it's free switch, which is already like a call control, keeps dialog and so on. And this gives me another option. And of course, when the byte is coming, I delete it. It's the key, it's the call ID, and just delete that one. And of course, I can allow 3 calls from Daniel, because I count how many items have the value Daniel. If it's more than 3, I reject. If not, I allow this call. So it's this matching. It's actually quite useful in many situations. But don't look only at variables. Do look at functions, because some of them sometimes are more convenient. For example, here, the 2 of them, they give you the option to set at the same time the value and the expiration. With the variables, you can do it in 2 steps. With the function, you can do it in 1 step. It's sometimes, I have so, but I'm not sure if it's visible. So with some of the function, you get, let's say, more flexibility or simple config lines. Also, deleting sometimes it's useful with the regular expression by matching the name or matching the value. So it's also something that you could use. Some of these functions were also added because of the Chemi. On last day, I'll have about this Kamailio embedded interface. Some of the functions were added for Chemi purpose, but then added also for native configuration file. And then we have on the right side many RPC commands that gives you control to get the content of the hash table full or just 1 key by matching 1 key, setting the values, setting also the expiration for the values, deleting it like flushing or force a store to the database, force a reload, and also some statistics. As I said, we have many, or you have the option to create many hash tables in memory, so you can also see the list and then dump only certain ones. And also we have event routes. Probably many of you are familiar with the event routes. They are not always related to the SIP traffic. They can be executed on different other events. And from this module, we have one event route, hash table modinit, that it's executed when the module is initialized, which gives you the option to set some values at startup before, the Kamailio starts processing SIP traffic. And then sometimes it's useful to know when an item expired, because you get access to the key and the value of that item, and you can do some operation in the config file in this event route. As I said, exports quite a lot to Chemi, and the presentation on Wednesday will be trying to show you, because in Kamailio config file we have a lot of flexibility with variables, but as we don't control Python Lua, there we had to extend it a little bit more into the functions range, and those functions, as you could see in the previous slide, some of them are, or all of them are also available in the native scripting language. So you have these 2 variants, up to you to use more variables in your config file with native scripting or functions. And for Chemi, you'll see in the last day, I recommend always to go for a function, because Python and Lua has its own variables. So you can use those for temporary operations there. So now some examples. Sorry, I missed. Let me see this one. Some examples that I wanted to show, and this is actually from the default config file, so I wanted to highlight that it's already there. You have to enable it, but even with the default config file, the hash table is present. We have this mechanism of detecting IP addresses that send a lot of traffic, like flooding us. And then we detect that with the pike module. So we say if it's over 16 requests per 2 seconds, then we consider that to be too much traffic. Of course, it's just for example, you have to evaluate in your context. You may have some customers or couple of customers behind same NAT router, and then could be more than these numbers from the same IP address. It's why also you have to be careful, and I have here in red, you have to exclude trusted addresses. Here it's with static example, like myself, will be the local addresses. Maybe you use some keep alive monitoring, and then you don't want to block that one. Or some trusted IP, which could be like your free switch or your PSTN gateway or your Asterix that sends a lot of traffic back to Kamailio. Again, it's static comparison here, but you can use permission, allow address there for this exclusion. And then we have this hash table that we define like IP ban. And if it's not a trusted IP address, then we check to see we have the source IP as a key in the hash table. So there's an item with the source IP being the key there. If yes, we just exit. This is a debug, and normally by debug level should not be in production, should be less. If it's going over this, so it's not yet in the hash table, then we check with Pike. If it's going over the limit, then we add an item in the hash table with this assignment, SHT IP ban $SI. So here is the key. We take it from a variable. And the value actually doesn't matter. I put 1 here as an example, but it's not relevant in this case because we match only by key. We just look to see if it's present there. And then we exit. Practically, we detected high traffic and we want to block it again. You can replicate it via DMQ if you want. This example, it's without. And also you can block by other conditions like checking some regexp over known user agents used for scanning, like our Sandro here made it a long time ago, this friendly scanner or SIP dishes. And this is something that you can adjust, of course, add your own user agents to the list. Or you can have also other conditions. Sometimes you can do regexp over user part because they try to use regexp or expression for SQL injection. So you can search if it's some, I don't know, backtick in the username, then clearly it's not a good user. So these are just to exemplify a little bit on the hash table use. Second example here will be counting failed authentications. So like dictionary attacks, with Pike you cannot actually go that low. The example with 16 was pretty low. Probably you have to keep it around 100. And then someone can still try with different passwords under your Pike limit, so it doesn't hit this kind of firewall type with hash table. But what you can do is to keep the number of failed authentication in a row, right? Because sometimes user may mistype it 1, 2, 3 times, and up to you. The example here it's with 3, right? And actually we build a key that combines the source IP and authentication username. So we are not gonna block a user because maybe someone is trying user Daniel, right? But is trying, I don't know, from US. And we're gonna block it only from that IP address. So it's important that here you see the key is actually kind of an expression. We have the source IP variable, we have the authentication username. Between are these 2 colons is just like static string to have a separated between variables. And at the end, we have also another static string, auth_count, because actually we keep 2 items. We keep the number of failed authentication with this, and the time of the last authentication with the other variable that at the end has this last underscore auth, because the mechanism that it's implemented here allows users to retry after like 15 minutes, 900 seconds. So you have similar mechanism also like with the smartphones. If you put your PIN 3 times wrong, they say wait 1 minute or wait 5 minutes. Here is like wait 15 minutes. So if someone is entering the password 3 times wrong, then he can try again in 15 minutes. Of course, you can adjust this value, 3 and 900 and so on. It's also with auto expiration after 920 seconds, so it's a bit higher. But this is the concept. So we have auth check that checks the authentication to see if the password is correct. And we keep the return code in the local variable $var to test it later in different. And then when it's coming again, another registration or something that pretends to be a local user, so the condition here is whether registration or could be invite or subscribe for a local user. We check to see if we are at the limit for that user, and if yes, then we reply with 403. You can also omit replying, you just exit. Or if it's over this 15 minutes, then we reset the counter. So we give another chance. Okay, you have 3 more attempts now, but we know it's after 15 minutes. If authentication check returns positive, so practically goes here down, we reset the counter. You can also remove it. I just gave the example with resetting the counter, and then continues the usual processing in the configuration file. But then, as I said, with the other modules, we have many hash tables in the code. TM module, which is the most complex in terms of processing, but also the structure associated with the transaction, also uses a hash table. You cannot play with the size of the hash table, like the number of slots. It's hard-coded, but it's quite large because of some compile time optimization. You can get some statistics about the hash table, and you can see how many items are on it. And there is also command to list the content of the hash table, and you can see, but it's not full content. It's like relevant fields from the transaction structure that you can get. And of course, this is just an example, a single transaction, but if you have many, you will get a lot of records with a similar format. Then user lock module is using hash table as well, already mentioned. By default, I think it's having 1024 slots, so the size it's 2 power 10. And you can change it via module parameters. So again, you have to give the power of 2, and this will be like 2 power 12. And this actually has impact on performance. And remember the one with 1 million records, right? If you have 1 million active users, if you use the default one, will be, and fair distribution will be like 1,000 registration records per slot. But if you make it 12, and this is 4,096 number of slots, and again, assuming fair distribution, practically you have like a quarter on each slot, and then matching when you do lookup location, it's, let's say, 4 times faster in the worst scenario. Just rough estimation, because again, there is some mathematical operation, but you improve quite a lot. And of course, you can increase it. I typically try to keep it under, like assuming fair distribution, I try to keep it under 100 items per slot. Of course, if you have a lot of users, because if you have a lot of users, you cannot really create a very huge hash table, because then it's gonna take a lot to work it for expiration and so on. So you have to keep a balance between the number of slots and how many items you can keep on that slot. There is no limitation. You can have a lot of items. It's up to share memory, practically, how much you can store on this. And yeah, I stopped presenting other modules, but many of them have hash table inside. So if you look at the readme of the modules, there are parameters like hash size or something similar. So many hash size, but you can see here like hash table size, like RTP engine has, or share call appearance line. Some modules have also with a bit of prefix, like for dispatcher. So also in dispatcher, we have a hash table for this destination addresses, or for presence to keep the subscription hash tables. So you can adjust this value for hash table to increase the capacity, the performance, especially for searching, but also when updating, it's faster if you have more slots than less. And yeah, I'm not sure if I have much time. 5 minutes. Okay. I wanted to share. It's still visible. maybe I can just start it from. I don't want to go much over the end. We started a little bit tonight, so I'll show you how I start usually Kamailio as a developer from the same directory without installations. I haven't created. I'm not root. Sorry. It's a virtual machine that I started recently, so I have to. Now looks good. So starting Kamailio, but actually we need to enable with anti-flood. So, and then we also put here. Sorry, I put. Good. And I can even use Kamcli from here. And Kamcli RPC. I'll have to go to another one. Let's go because it's overlapping with the debug message. So this will be the command to see what are the RPC commands available, and we see here the one related to the hash table. So for example, I can now run RPC hash table list, and we have only the IP band because, as I said, we have in the default config file, and I enable it. I can now dump only the hash table IP band, but should be empty. And we can add one quickly, just set it again. Alice 1. I have to give the name of the table IP. Sorry. And if I dump it, IP band, we have the value here, Alice. And then I can also add another one. I'm misusing it just to give you the example here. And you can also delete. It is remove. No, it's what was that? Delete, sorry. And now I have all Alice. So if you ban an IP by mistake, you can remove it without restarting Kamailio. What you can see sometime if you change the size of the hash table, then here is the slot. And usually when you change the size and you add the same, an item with the same key, might be on another slot because of this modulo number of slots. So when you change the size, they don't really get on the same slot. But then the size, it's a module parameter. You cannot change it at runtime. It's only at startup. So that would be, because it's only 1 minute left. If someone is interested in more discussion with the hash table, we can do it during the breaks here. I'm a big fan of the hash tables. I have usually like 4 or 5 in my deployments for various reasons: caching, blocking, mapping users to the IDs. So it's really powerful. Or fetching IP band list of addresses and keeping them in Kamailio. Probably, yeah, that would be a question for Fred for more details. Let's have some question because we started a little bit and we can a bit later and we can catch up with the next coffee break. 1 or 2 questions if you have now for the hash table. We have Sandro here and Dragos in the back. That.
How concerned are you about collisions and stuff like that?
As I said, I try to keep it as a fair distribution estimation, less than 100 collision per slot, because again, even with location, we keep it there and it's still very fast as we have it with the not many changes, default one. So I have like close to 100,000 active registration on one deployment, and it's still very fast from this point of view. But you can always estimate it and on restart or watch it, and on restart you can increase it if it gets, because you can get the statistics and gives you what are the busiest slots there, so you can try to redistribute. But so far, nobody actually complained that much on this in-memory operation with hash tables, and transaction module, user log module are there from 2001, 2002 with this approach. Dragos, the microphones were around here, son. No, it's not pre-allocated. It's item by item, so you can delete it, update it easily. You can switch from integer to string value for the same key. It's no problem. So it's not pre-allocated in this case. And for location contacts also, you get different sizes for the contact address. So, yeah, last one. It depends, yeah. Sometimes it's better to use Redis or Memcache, especially when you interact a lot with external application that need to get or set the values there. If it's only Kamailio internal, like this mirroring of the blocked IP addresses, then it's HTTP. But that's, let's say, a little bit more like a taste point of view. I try to do a lot with Kamailio because I know the code very well, and I can control it if I need to tune it a little bit. But lately we use also Redis quite a lot. Not much Memcache, but Redis from our point of view, it's especially if it's on the same system, it's very fast, and it's easier for building other application and just connect to Redis. Here you can connect via RPC, but you also have to be careful not to block that much Kamailio, stressing with a lot of RPC commands. Okay, so thank you everyone. For more question, I can
Elena-Ramona, Modroiu. Okay, I just have to stay near the microphone. Yeah, a part of being a co-founder and organizer of this Kamailio World conference. Today I'm gonna present from another perspective, that of a researcher at Technical University Berlin, and I'm gonna talk about an open source enabled 5G nomadic node that is supposed to be a testbed for students at TUB AV chair. So let's see, this is Architekturen der Vermittlungsnoten or Next Generation Networks is the chair at Technical University Berlin, led by Professor Magedant. We are part of a research project that is pretty big here in Germany. Open6G Hub is called, and actually it's part of 4 research hubs that are financed by the Federal Ministry of Education and Research. And in this project, the goal is that the universities and research institutes in Germany, together with industry to a certain extent, will contribute to a global 6G harmonization process and standard in an European context, having, of course, priorities put on German interest. So that's why there is a big interest to foster the research toward next generation mobile networks. Therefore, we thought, because we saw a need of having students that want to embrace this career as mobile network engineers or in research or in industry, and we thought we have to come a bit to help in this regard, and we were thinking to have a learning platform, so a lab where they can experience a part of the lecture that our chair is giving at the Technical University of Berlin, a lab where they can do practical things and see how they are working. And yeah, they get an introduction to the open source projects that are implementing various parts of 5G, of the 5G system. And luckily we have in 2003 certain projects that are implemented open source for this parts of the 5G system. We'll see them next. Yeah, it's about understanding how 5G mobile networks work, about understanding their limitation and how we could improve them towards 6G requirements. So the idea what to do to deploy a 5G mobile network for the students, I think it was too expensive and too complex. I know in this room there are some companies that are doing this very good professionally, but it's not something that we can afford. And then we thought, okay, let's see a tiny 5G private network for teaching purposes. Will this do it for us? And my answer would be, yeah, why not? Because in 2023, we do have other possibilities of deploying a mobile network, and yeah, with a small budget. So these are the main components of a 5G network, of a actually mobile network: the user equipment, radio access network, and the core network. Let's look how we could deploy this in a low-cost manner, because this is important. We can go for a simulating environment. Yeah, we have options also here using an open source project that is called Zyrianov. You get a simulator for the UE, a simulator for the radio access network, and of course we can go for 5G core implementation. In this case, I went for Open5GS. There are also other open source projects that are implementing a 5G core. It's a matter of taste of choice, I don't know. We could go for a bit more realistic implementation of a 5G network where the smartphone, the UE, is implemented with a software-defined radio, and there's a software application controlling this software-defined radio and behaving like a user equipment. Here, it's not written there, but I was thinking of SRS RAN, SRS UE. It's from the same company, or from more or less the same team. They have solutions for everything. They have for UE, for RAN, and for core, but I think they are very well known for UE and for RAN. And even more realistic, and what I like more, is when we are using real smartphones, so commercial off-the-shelves UEs, with mini 5G cell, realized with a software-defined radio and SRS RAN, of course connected then with to a 5G core, in this case Open5GS. But we are still missing something. It's if we want to use over-the-air communication. And for this, we have to see how we solve the problem of the 5G frequency. This table is presenting the most important and the one that are used in 2023 in Germany, the frequencies for 5G. And as we see, a part of these public operators that, they afford to have the license, small companies can buy a spectrum in the range 3.7, 3.8 gigahertz in Germany. It may be different in other countries, but what I do now, I present from the point of view of Germany. And of course, would be wonderful if we would have unlicensed spectrum available and the commercial off-the-shelves UE would work without problems with this, but we are not there yet. But who knows? There are some ongoing efforts for 5G in unlicensed spectrum. Let's see. And okay, now let's go from the left to the right of our picture here and see how we could realize our deployment. So we go for the UE. It is important that the smartphone is able to operate, of course, in 5G bands in standalone mode, and because we are limited to this licensing, 3.7, 3.8 gigahertz, so it has to operate in band called N78. Well, don't ask me why I choose Nokia X30. I didn't thought too much. Just because, well, what is important is that you find information how to configure this phone to work on a 5G network standalone, because it's not that easy to make these phones work with 5G standalone network. So there are some tweaks, some tricks, some secret codes to enter some menus, and I can show you all of this if you are interested. I have here brought the devices. And if you have time and interest, I can go into details on how to configure this phone to connect to a private 5G network. So yeah, the 5G networks are identified through this PLMN, mobile country code and mobile network code, and the two, let's say, the two series here, the 00101, it's for testing purposes, the 999, and then we have an entire range. it's for private networks supposed to be used. My Nokia X30 didn't work on 999, even if I don't know how this, yeah. Even if my phone was seeing the 5G cell, and it's about this here, this entry here, yeah, he was not able to attach. We saw here we have no 5G service, but it worked like a charm for a Nokia X20. So it might be that the phone is still not supporting this private 5G in standalone mode, or might be because I didn't figure out all the parameters to configure. But I believe it's the first one. Yeah. So once we have an UE, we need some SIM cards that we have to customize for our private network. Here you see a SIM card reader, because yeah, we need to change some details on the card. It's not that much to do. Okay, you can do a lot of things with programming these cards, but just for fun, for testing purposes, it's are enough just a few commands. For example, this command here, it's presenting how to change the P element, so to specify the P element of our private network. The other one are subscriber key, operator key, and what's important that these details will be in the database of the 5G core, so that we are able to authenticate and authorize phones to get our 5G services. And what's very important, these cards from Sysmocom are pretty popular and easy to work with. Yeah, they have by default activated the 5G services, and they are populated with data that is not valid. So if we don't use these services at the beginning, it's better to deactivate them. Otherwise, we have to populate them with proper data of our network. And the service 125 had to be disabled because the cards do not support this feature yet. So this is about cards. Let's see how the 5G cell would look like. So now we are at the radio access network part of the 5G system. And what you see there in the picture, it's here in front. On the table, you can come in front anytime you want in the breaks and ask questions and see how they look like. Oh, I don't know what I've done. Yeah. So it is the most spectacular from somebody that didn't ever had to do with 5G networks, mobile networks, is the radio part. Yeah, so that is the white box is the software-defined radio. In this case, is a USRP B210. And yeah, it's the part that actually digitizes the physical waves, and then you can have all the signals as IP packets. Yeah, so this is very important if you want to have real over-the-air communication, because you will see in the next slides we can also have another options if to go if we want to test without having a spectrum available and radios available. Yeah, so a few words about this 5G cell realized with a mini computer. The price would be maybe 1,000 euro. I don't know, the prices are not very strictly, they are just an estimation, rough estimation. The price for the USRP B210 is pretty exact. They are expensive, but not that they are low cost version, the more almost the cheapest that you can find, because if you want more professional one, these are very to use an expression from one of my colleagues, they are so expensive, like a car. So yeah, but for our lab purposes, these are enough. And very interesting, the radiated power of such a cell is maximum computed, estimated, yeah, 110, 113 milliwatts. This is called effective isotropic radiated power. It has to do with radio signals and so. But this is a very important metric because all these mobile network antennas are not allowed to radiate signals so strong as they want. So everything is regulated in all the countries. And here in Germany, for example, for Wi-Fi, in 2.4 gigahertz, we have 100 milliwatts maximum radiated power. For 5 gigahertz, we have 200 milliwatts. So we see this radiation power of the mini 5G cell is more or less that of Wi-Fi router. Just for comparison, to get an idea, a base station, 5G base station, the macro cell is radiating 60, 80 watts. And the small cells that have a small coverage, 200 meters or something like this, they radiate with 2 to 10 watts. And I think this 10 watts, it's like, how to say it, limit. Under 10 watts, you don't need to apply for a certification in Germany. So it's a bit easier to start a cell operating it. You still have to announce it if you are operating it, but you don't have to ask for a certification. That takes time and a lot of verification. So yeah, the 5G cell, we can realize it with a mini computer or with any laptop. I have there what kind of laptop, for example. What's important from the point of view of SRS RAN, so of the software-defined radio, is that we have enough memory for this processing of the radio signals, and Linux kernel as low latency version. And here how it looks like the board of the software-defined radio, because when you buy it, it comes like a board. You have the option to buy this protective steel case. We assembled them in our lab. Some data about the capabilities of the software-defined radio. So it's pretty good for 5G because it's below 6 gigahertz. Yeah. Okay, the software-defined radio comes without antennas. We need separate antennas. In this case, I went for cheap ones. That's €3 per piece, I think. So now we could say with the hardware part we are ready. We are the third component of the 5G system, the 5G core, or end-to-end, let's say, because we started from UE and we reached the core, and this is the end-to-end 5G system. What we have here is the terminal to the machine where SRS RAN is running, and SRS RAN is running on the mini computer on a laptop locally where the 5G cell it is. And then we have the terminal where the 5G core is running. And in this case, the 5G core is running in the cloud on a hosted server, so we have pretty low costs there. I will come into details with the other ones. For example, how it looks, the AMF log. Here we can see better. Let's see. So here the first two lines where the G node B was turned off. So, and here again the G node B was turned on. And here we have an initial UE message. It's a registration from the smartphone that is processed here, and it is successful. With SRS run, so on the terminal where the Keynote B is running, we have the possibility to get a trace view just by typing T. They will show us the bit rate in downlink and uplink. So here is the registration request processing. I think this one I already have. Okay. Yeah. And tada, here it's working. Yeah, we have 5G over our private 5G network. We have 5G service on the COTS UE on the Nokia X30. I'll have a demo here. You have to believe me because I am not allowed to start the Keynote B in this location because we don't have a 5G license for this location, but we have it for our office. So yeah, we are able to use it in our office. And here it's again about the setup. The 5G core is running in the cloud. The backhaul is over best effort network using WireGuard. The 5G cell is deployed with SRS running USRPB210. And the PLMN that was used for our network was 00101 because the codes we work better with this PLMN, but it's not impossible to have it also on 999XX PLMNs, this setup. Okay. And as we will see here together, the quality of the streaming on YouTube is pretty good. So here I started first the Open5GS, so the 5G core. Now it's starting the Keynote B, the 5G antenna. So let's see, it has been attached. And here we have the message, okay, the Keynote B has connection to the 5G core. And now let's try to make this Nokia X30 working, attaching to our network. And as it seems, there are some difficulties because here should appear the registration processing messages, but no, it doesn't want, so we have to convince a bit this UE to work with our network. And let's see what was the solution. Yeah, accessing a secret menu, we go to the testing information, and we see here, I can tell you, this tag is not my network. We have an interference there with another tester. For that, your phone needs a and that's why the phone was trying to connect to another private network, not to the one that it was intended for. That's why our messages are not appearing here. And I try to restart the phone and see if I convince him to look for my Keynote B. Take some time. And it's still not working, I think. Still not working. So then we have to go deeper. So let's try an airplane mode. I don't know what I've done there. I think Yeah, went again to the secret menu, and here you see the secret menu. There's phone information, and we see again that the other network is seen and not my network, which has a tag of 130. I think it's still 141. But it's very good to try to force to connect here on something else, a part of new radio only, and then move back to new radio only, and then it should work. So it's this phone. Yeah, now we got the registration messages. The registration was processed and successful. And now we see also the 5G active here. 5G services are active. We got also on the trace view from SRS RAN activity. And let's see the quality of video streaming from YouTube.
der die besten Spider-Leute angehört?
Es ist eine sehr kleine Elite-Eingreiftruppe.
Ich kann mich unsichtbar machen.
Es gibt
Ich
nur
habe
ein-
sowas wie elektrische
Ich
Kräfte.
lege ein gutes Wort für dich ein.
Spider-Man zu sein heißt Opfer zu bringen.
Sorry, mein bisschen Italienisch stammt aus Mario Kart. Bewegung treibt uns an, über uns hinauszuwachsen. Egal, ob du das Beste aus...
I don't think we have any sound. But it doesn't matter. Okay, so what I showed here is yeah, the 5G services are on. You see the quality video. The sound should be also not And here it is important maybe to see how the traffic looks like. And still working, so SRS RAN is doing a good job. This is the 5G cell that is on, yeah. Still working. So I hope you enjoy Tom and Jerry without sound. Yeah, still working, and I think we are almost there. Yeah, I wanted to show you that with open source projects, we are able to see in good quality videos from YouTube. Yeah, okay, we have only one UE in our 5G cell, but still for learning, for teaching purposes, good. We have a testbed where we have where we can experiment with our ideas. So yeah, if we're having issues, we have to go deeper into inspecting the traffic, and yeah, here it's a lot about how 5G networks work. This is the sequence of registration. So about the cost estimation of this small 5G network, I would say, okay, the smartphones, it depends on what you want to spend, 200 to 600 euros per smartphone. And then for the hardware, this is the most important, the radio access network per cell, it would be 3,500 euro. Then, okay, if you want to go for a cloud server scenario, then the price for the cloud server. The most important, the 5G spectrum in Germany, you can get it, let's say, starting at 1,500 euro per year. It was missing there per year. And there is a formula how you can compute how much will be per year for licensing in Germany. We have some examples also. For the example, the first row in the table, it's for an Industry 4.0 private 5G network. And if we decide for 70 megahertz bandwidth, 1 year, and an area of half of a squared kilometer, then the fee will be about 2,000 euro. If we don't have this spectrum, we can still test in the lab, realizing the UE with another USRP, B210, let's say, but there are other variants, B205, B200, and there are other more expensive, of course. I haven't looked at them yet. This kind of setup is using RF cables, and yeah, it's like over-the-air setup, just the signal it's going through these cables, so you are not radiating anybody in your vicinity. Very important for this setup, we have to use attenuators, and these are recommended to be 50 ohms if you are using SDRs, B210, not to damage the receiver. Or, of course, there will still be the possibility to use Faraday boxes, so RF shielding boxes. But I find them a bit inconvenient because you need to operate UE, and yeah, a tent would be the best option there. That offers you a big space. So that would be about current research activities at our chair within 2 research projects, Open6G Hub, where I'm involved and I joined several months ago, and another research project that is called Campus OS. Both are financed by the government. Yeah, you see here, we are looking at Open RAN, and we hope to be able to do this with this SRS RAN that is promising us an Open RAN variant, an Open RAN implementation, where the G-node B is split in distributed unit and centralized unit. And yeah, they could be installed on separate machines, and we could do a lot of things with them, but we are not there yet. At the moment, it's a G-node B entirely and not split it in 2. The activities we are focusing on are highlighted here. Actually, we are looking at backhauls integration, better integration with the mobile networks, with the 5G network, because it is supposed actually for mobile operators, they deploy that backhaul and they do it at very high standards, and it should work like a charm without many problems. But what happens if you don't have this power, this budget to deploy the backhaul, and you just want to use the backhaul over best effort internet? And here we are looking at some optimizations. We are looking at an application, tunneling application, where we implement a multipath support to be used for these backhauls over internet. Of course, we have another working group that is focusing on adding voice services to our 5G private network. And we have a working group that is looking at non-real-time rig, automatic customization and deployment of RAN and core components. So, yeah, this would be what our interests are, and as I said at the beginning, we are concentrating on training students, on giving them the possibilities to learn about 5G. 5G and 4G and mobile networks are pretty complex systems. Unless you work for big operators, you don't have a good chance to learn about. So just first getting in touch with this technology, it's good for them. We have students that are doing bachelor thesis and master thesis at our chair that are doing semester projects, and students that are visiting us. We have a cooperation with South Africa. Maureen is here today. She's visiting us from South Africa, and she's working with us, looking at dependable backhauls. Yeah. If you are interested to find more about our research work at Technical University Berlin Next Generation Networks Department, feel free to contact us and talk to us in the breaks here. If you want to see the devices, you are welcome. I and Maureen can show you how they work. We can teach you some tricks how to configure that 5G capable phone to see a standalone 5G network. Yeah, that would be.
Okay, thank you so much.
first what you invited me again, and I'm very, very happy to see you guys after 3 years of else to see you in real time. Thank you. I miss you very well. So, about me, nothing changed. I have same name, but only changed one title. I'm now CTO of QXIP. So I'm working hard only with capturing, monitoring, and everything what is related to this area. So I have diploma of physics in Odessa, blah, 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 but it's we will use it later. About monitoring Kamailio and eBPF. Okay, raise a hand. Who knows what is BPF is? Okay, okay. So BPF, it's just to recap. BPF, it's special instructions which it's called packet filtering, especially instructions when you run TCP dump or ngrep. You said port number 5060. Yeah, so you did it everybody. Yeah? So normally this is port 5060. We will translate to special programs which will be loaded to kernel, and kernel will provide you with packets to display in console. So this is exactly packet filtering. You can do many cool stuff like extract some IP headers, etc., etc., etc. But it works only for networking. The guys, it's Alexandr Dubovikov. He provided or made contribution a couple years ago to extend this solution, and it's called eBPF. Now it applies not only to network part, but it applies to all Linux kernel stack. And this is very important. It's already since version 4.5, it's already in production. So in kernel version, yeah? In kernel version 5, they did some more improvements, some more extension, and so on. How it works? This application, you have to write on C special program, which will be loaded to kernel, and you can do a lot of magic stuff, which I will show later. So normally it's exactly like a hooks inside, and you can use these hooks to get events, get some traces, get some information. So here is exactly small diagrams how it works. Normally you can adapt it to network, security, tracing, observability, and more stuff. You can trace user space and kernel space in your system. You can attach this application to any programming languages. You can attach to any libraries inside. So it sounds a little bit magic, yeah? So, okay. You can also attach to kernel runtime application. You can see a lot of calls, etc. So guys, don't worry. I will explain it later. It looks a little bit hard, yeah? Probably you check. Maybe you use it one of its program in your life, yeah? Maybe, yeah. Some of them, yeah? This is program which inside has eBPF. You probably didn't know it, but this is BC Tools. It's very popular projects, which includes everything inside. You can do traces in application layer, in runtime, C3 libraries, file systems on sockets as well, scheduler, virtual memory, and of course device drivers. You can do CPU profiling and more. This is on eBPF.io. It's a website about eBPF. You can see it, you can use it, and probably one of these tools will help you a lot. Why are we talking about eBPF? Because we have already agents, yeah? So we can use zip capture, ngrep, zip grep, and a lot of this application. But the problem is it's old way, old school, and it's not performing well. So if we compare to new eBPF, if you see in this table, it's a lot of benefit here. Yeah, so it's more safely, yeah, more easy to maintain. It has more scalability and more advanced features, which you will see later. So of course, like I said, why we have to use eBPF in Kamailio? Because we already have zip trace, yeah, to duplicate packets. We already have Prometheus exporter for metrics. We have already logs for any types of events. We can control source code and can do anything, yeah? But you can do it if you Daniel Mierla, yeah? Because you see, it's only he can control source code and say, no, it's this, we will reject, we will apply. And what we will do if you're not Daniel Mierla? You can use eBPF, because you don't need to change any line of source code inside. you can use eBPF application and you have broad coverage. So you can easily implement hooks inside and see what Kamailio does. Yeah? So you have high performance and low overhead in your system. And of course, it's security kernels. If you're talking about TLS, how you can capture TLS without private keys, and especially if it's Diffie Hellman protocols, when it's private keys shared between two instances, no way. So theoretically, yeah, let's talk theoretically. So we have application which can connect to Linux hooks, which inside of Kamailio, we use functions which has, Victor, you know, it's receive message, yeah? So guys, if you look at source code, receive message, yeah? UDP send, TCP send, yeah? You, theoretically, what you can do, you can write application, you can start with application and tell kernel, please tell me what going on with kernel, with application when Kamailio execute this function, receive message. And we will get the pointers to this function. We can get also params which you send to these functions. And we will see in our application what Kamailio is doing. But this is theoretical, yeah? So as I said, I'm a physicist, yeah? So I study physics in Odessa, and it was experimental physics. So I'm not Sheldon Cooper, so I'm not talking about theoretical stuff and et cetera, I'm more Leonard, so I want to make experimental physics, yeah? And therefore, for you guys, I worked day and night last week until 4 a.m. to show something, yeah? So something what you can to feel, to run, to execute, and to see how it works. And it's called RTC agent. Wow. As usual, it's fully open source. Code line is based on Go. It can be completely static. Inside we have, of course, C programs which uses this eBPF stuff. And how it works. So it's here's an example. It's what I did in this week. I attach RTC agent to Kamailio, so we can see all functions what Kamailio execute during receive, UDP send, TCP send. It will be the same for TLS. So we will see all decrypted messages immediately without talking about, give me a private key. Yeah? So let's do something like the tricks, etc. Also, just not compare what it's not only related to Kamailio. I also adapt this code for free switch. It was nightmare because Sophia, I always, each time when I touch with Sophia stack, I said, oh no, it's kill me. But okay, I did it. And also what I implemented is TCP RTT. So it's another example how you can use eBPF to get statistics from each TCP connection. Real trip time, yeah? Round trip time. So it will show you how many milliseconds it takes to make this connection. It's also implemented here. It's a slide, how it works. Yeah, so we start application and kaboom, it shows this invite what was exactly received by function, receive function. And also what is very important, it's not fragmented at all because it's already defragmented by kernel. Same for free switch. So if we want, we can make a demo. Because you see, you trust me what I did it, but maybe it's fake. Yeah? Zoom it, 1 second, but no, it's different one. Oh? Okay, so let's start application. This is RTC agent, just for you, because it's totally static. Yeah, okay, wait a second. No, it doesn't work here, 1 second. Sorry. Yeah. So, being RTC agent, Kamailio. Boom, started. As you see here, we wrote instructions, which is already compiled, Kamailio kernel. It's for x64. And we're looking for a binary path Kamailio. So Linux will tell us what this application is executed and which data it will receive. And here it's a Lin phone. And just make a call. Boom. Here you have all messages. Just important because you see it's 404 not found has been received before invite. But it's don't worry because timestamp it's correct. Yeah, because it's used clock monolith time. But we have adapted and it's real timestamp. It's you see it's 54 546 and 404 it's received after invite. So it works. So let's back to our slides. Here's example how you can use eBPF to measure RTT stuff. Yeah, so you will see all connections, OTSP connections, even secure shell connections, HTTPS connection, and it will return RTT time for measurement. What is on the hood? Just example, because we're talking about capturing. So if you can write a simple eBPF program which based on socket, let's say how it's called. It's called devices programs, sockets programs. For example, I would like to eBPF programs which receive attach in kernel, and on network layer I can drop all TCP messages which will be received by this computer, which is not contain HEP inside. So at the end application it will be receive only HEP. And here you are. So you can write instructions, you can load, you receive a hook from kernel, IP headers, you can switch to payload, and you read if payload is not HEP, we drop message, and a message will be dropped. It will not even receive. It's normally your local IP tables. And same for Kamailio. We wrote application, so I can switch to yeah, okay. We need to make it bigger. 1 second. Let me do. So here it's application. Normally you connect, you created this application which called receive message uprop. You created function receive message, and you attach this function to receive message of Kamailio inside. And what you do next is you write this program which executed when Kamailio receive a zip message or any messages. Yeah, so it doesn't matter. Receive this message, we extract some information, we take param, second param of this function, its length, we receive first param, which is buffer, and we receive the third param. And after the function will be ended, we can get all information, all buffer in our application, and we can send to HEP, to HEP, Homer, and whatever. And inside we have these events, Kamailio events, which exactly parse everything what we send to our application from this stack. Okay, a little bit complicated probably, but let's hope not. What is next? So this eBPF stuff can receive has a lot of possibility how to manipulate data, how to make own IP tables firewall, how you can make socket groups. For example, if you receive one message from interface, I can check destination IP and say, no, this IP should go to another destination. So especially in Kubernetes stuff, yeah. So you can do high availability. So you can have multiple servers. You can make dynamic routing between multiple instances. So it's a lot of stuff. You can make kernel trace. You can, for example, attach to Kamailio, said, please tell me how many system exec, yeah, it's Kamailio does. How many, okay, memory allocation, it has internal memory, but how many forks execution it does. It's for developers, it's awesome. What is very important, what I want to make a focus, we have XDP. What is about XDP? Do you know DPTK, guys? DPTK? Okay, so forget about DPTK. Because if you know DPTK, it's an Intel project. It's a huge project, and what is very important, If you use DPDK, it drops messages, so you could not duplicate it. And also, it's use 100% CPU because it's in pooling mode. So it's always, even if you don't receive any messages, it's take 100% CPU because it's pooling. What guys of eBPF they did? They implemented XDP, which supported a lot of vendors already. Intel, Broadcom, even Amazon supported. And you can make application attach directly to driver of this network card. And driver will send all messages to you directly, bypass kernel network stack. So it's especially it's developed to handle 40 gigabit per second devices. Yeah? So, and DPDK, if you compare to DPDK can provide exactly the same way, but DPDK it's nightmare to support. Yeah? So it's you have to install a lot of applications, libraries, switch device to DPDK mode. Who uses it knows what I'm talking about. But here it's already integrated in kernel. So which what I want to repeat one more time. Let's talk about future. Yeah? Kamailio. Yeah. So how we can use eBPF? Daniel talked about Pike model. It's good, a very good example. Because the problem with Pike, you receive this message, and you set this IP in hash table, but you will receive again and again, and this is denial of service, denial of resources. And what is sense to block it in user space? Let's block it in kernel space. So we can write small application which will just watching on insert in the hash table of this Pike model. And once Pike will insert this IP in this hash model, our application will block it in kernel level. And after it will be expired, it will be removed automatically. So it's even will be blocked on network card. So it will not even visible in user space. For example, threads API ban, we can implement it as well. So we can implement it inside of kernel space using this API ban. Yeah. So it will be more powerful. Also, you can use dispatcher. For example, if you're talking about lead cost routing, you can take the best connections. Yeah. How you can measurement this best connection with options packet? It's no way, yeah. So it's just keep alive. But what you can do, you can attach to kernel and see FTT measurement between the trunks. And if its trunks has packet lost, FTT goes up, we can immediately block this options packet in space. Dispatcher will recognize, or lead cost module will recognize this trunk is down and take a new one. So you have full control. And you can do a lot of more stuff, especially for statistics, counters, how Kamailio internal proceed. So now, go back to repeat mode. It's exactly how you have to understand how it works. So you have absolutely full control of each application. You can attach to two libraries, the GNU libraries, GCC, etc. You can absolutely full control. Even if you let's talk hypothetical. If you have even ACME packet, yeah, you install in virtual machine, you can attach to virtual machine and see all TLS traffic immediately. But good question. If we're talking about all the statistics, yeah, all these traces, what we will do? How we can read? Yeah, so in console it will be almost impossible. And here we have another solution. We can send to querying. This application is we developed in our in-house. It's polyglot. Yeah, it supports many protocols. It has a lot of interfaces. It can be emulated Prometheus. It can emulate Loki, InfluxDB, Elasticsearch, and more. And here, for example, this is another application of eBPF, which called Keynote. And it works together with querying our application. So we send all metrics to querying. And here, what you can see, it's generated by Keynote. You can see each instance, each application inside, and to which, for example, querying, it talks to ClickHouse. It's Haplify talks to querying. A lot of this vector logs talk to querying. Keynote talks to querying. So for example, you can also, if you install on Kamailio, you will see Kamailio talks to MySQL, Kamailio talks to Redis, how many packets Kamailio sends. What you can also do, you can make measurement how slow your MySQL queries. So you can say, this query of MySQL takes a little bit longer. Let's make statistics. You can attach it in eBPF. You can see CPU memory usage of each application, which can be monitored by Keynote. All applications can be monitored by Keynote. So, like I said, you can use Grafana natively with querying by log interface. You can make a search, you can select the labels, and it will generate graphs. So it's natively supported. You just install Grafana, or you can use Grafana, which already installed probably in your network. I think it's everybody use Grafana. Also, here is example how querying emulate parameters. So you can send a lot of this information from Haplify, and come on, boom, click, 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 and it's a display. It's lightning fast. Also, you can use our application. It's called Querying View, which reads also logs statistics from querying, and you can also integrate with Flux, and this is will be based for next Homer generation. So it's because we will make a new Homer which based on more statistics, more traces, etc., etc. But it's a little bit later. What is very important if you are not developer, how you can use eBPF in your system to save money. And here, how you can do. Keynote and eBPF can generate the estimation cost, how much money your application spends for each process, especially if you're on Amazon, Azure, and etc. So it will exactly say, you use such memory, such CPU, and your price will be 600 over. Okay, it's too much. We switched off. So you can do it yourself. You can go to Querying Dev. You can install it. You can use it. It's our roadmap. So RTC agent, it's already here. You can download it. You can test it. You can use it. Of course, it's better, but this is just example, guys, how you can extend it, how you can use eBPF. You have to learn it because this is future. It's really future because it will help not only developers, it will help you to understand what your system does, and especially if you're talking about Kubernetes without eBPF, it will be almost impossible because everything is dynamic. And if you know this is Inspector Gadgets application, it's based on eBPF. It controls Kubernetes. So I'm talking about. I was talking also about Homer. Homer is coming. It's will include a new version of Homer, of course. It will include all these new features and stuff what we developed last 3 years. So be ready, and in Christmas you will enjoy it. So eBPF, it's how to use stuff. It's some slides, and yeah, we work together with Gigabyte. We have a cloud solution based on Homer, Happy and Querying solution in Gigabyte. So if you need, you can use it. So of course, support open source. Please, please, please. Before you ask to support it as well. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Alexander. Questions quickly? We have here. Oh, James.
Hi. One of the keywords you had on your transparent there was TLS. You're looking in the wrong direction.
Oh, sorry. Yes, TLS. Yeah.
Was TLS. So are there suitable hooks for actually capturing decoded TLS traffic?
Yes, this is what I said. It's what you can do. You can attach, for just a simple example. So you can attach to LibreSSL, OpenSSL, TLS to see what the decoded function does. So you will see exactly return data. So it should be installed on the same machine. Yeah? So you can attach to this library, and you can see all decrypted traffic already. So it's I have an example I can show you. Yeah.
So how do you keep different streams apart?
Yeah, you can create it in application. You can create a hash table special, and you can keep this data. So you attach to one function, it will return full decoded data in your application user space by event, and you can store in your hash table. So it's just request, response, and this data what you receive by TID, special TID inside by events hooks, and this TID, this means what this process try to locate to decode data from this library.
Does your application already contain code to do so?
Yes.
Okay.
So you can, I can because what I said, it's my with RTC agent. What I use eCapture. It's another application which exactly does what you ask. It's you can use SSL1, SSL2, SSL3 libraries, and also GNU-TLS. It's not supported yet LibreSSL or WolfSSL, but with normal OpenSSL libraries, all three versions, it has already support. It already has eBPF hooks for this. And I tested already with curl, make HTTP request and HTTPS request, and I see full request what has been sent by curl. So you can do it. Only one problem, I can immediately tell you, it's because it doesn't have IP, because it's in this function, it's no IPs, yeah, it has only buffer. But just how you can avoid it, you can make another application which will control TID and see which data has been received before and make a relate. So with eBPF programs support also virtual file system where you can share between applications, or you can send to another application, or you can use eBPF hash table in a virtual file system, which is memory. So it's possible.
Okay, another question we have here, Igor.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, I have two questions. First one, as the RTC agent written on Go, does it mean that I can just distribute the binary over the systems?
Yes, absolutely. What I said, it's fully compiled in without GCC, glibc. So it's compiled in CGO, because I did workaround for clock monolith. So because it's in eBPF doesn't support real-time clocks, it supports monolith clock. Therefore, I have to make a correlation, and it's only possible with C hooks. And I did this application, and it's anyway it's compiled full static. You can just distribute it across your application. But please be sure, but it's x64. Yeah? So for ARM, you can compile it as well. If you want to do it on Android, it's also possible. Android supports eBPF as well.
Okay. And the second question, do you plan to add some simple filtering like host port?
Yeah, of course, you can do it as well. So it's guys, with RTC agent, it was like a simple example of what you can do. Yeah, you can attach inside, you can attach or inside of eBPF hooks with filtering, which will be more performant, or you can attach in user space in your application. Yeah, it's matter of taste. Yeah, how do you want to do it?
Okay, thanks.
Giovanni here.
Just a quick one. All the first part of the presentation remembered me to some work we've done all together some years ago about preloading dynamic libraries for decoding TLS, etc. Can you contrast those two methods?
Yeah, yes, it was Frida project. If I remember, it's normally it's similar way, but a little bit hackish. Yeah? So you can create an application, library, which replace system library. So it's all system library calls will be go through Frida application. So Frida application will take control from kernel level and execute the real libSSL and get it back. Now you don't need to do such hack away. It's immediately in system. So it's did a great job. It's integrated well.
Okay, thank you so much, Alexander. He's going
You're
to be
welcome.
around for further questions. Sergey Zyrianov. Okay, we're going to make a change in the plan because we are a bit late. So probably we're going to present after the coffee break. So I'll have the next presentation, then we'll do break, and then you'll follow up, not to delay the coffee break because some people travel and they need.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here. Today, I would like to talk the lightweight approach we adopted for the updates of some modules in Kamailio. But let's start first just introducing myself. I'm Paolo, nice to meet you, and I'm a tech enthusiast. I'm really passionate about the telecom industry. I love doing innovative things, but only if there is a real problem to solve. It's challenging for me doing things that someone says it can't be done. Maybe someone remembers the EvoC project and the Kamailio World Conference where I presented in 2018. Today, I'm working in EvoC, where we help telco system integrator and service providers to innovate their services using a lean approach, creating value-added services. But okay, let's move on the main topic because I want to be quick in order to let you to introduce the coffee break. Well, okay, what we implemented because recently we created a service named zipflare.com. It's a VoIP firewall router, multi-tenant and multi-customer, with a core API and web-based simple management that is able to route, balance, and handle RTP traffic with or without transcoding. What is under the hood? Of course, Kamailio for SIP routing, RTP engine for media bridging and media transcoding, Redis for topos handling, for topology stripping. We have written a custom API based upon Golang language programming, and PostgreSQL as a backend database. Everything is put inside of Docker, and we can run it in a simple active passive Docker Compose SIP or maybe also Kubernetes. to transpose this logic, you can think about a classic configuration where we can have a Kamailio on top, talking the edge with the customers, with the public IP, and on the private part, we can have asterisk or free switch, for example. And the routing is made via domain handling, dial plan for domain matching or other stuffs matching via regex, and dispatcher for load balancing and the failover routing. Every data is saved in the database. In this example, it will be Postgres, but you can use MySQL or whatever. And it's useful for the integration in containerized Kamailio, so we can have a static image of Kamailio and the custom configuration we can put in the database. Okay, let's think about how it's implemented in the incoming invite from the outside. First of all, we have the domain lookup, and on the right side of the picture, you can see the dial plane database, on which you can have we use, for example, the standard DPID #1 with the match express, the domain we want to handle, and we reply back using the DP replace function, the repl-exp field in the database. That means we need the set ID of the dispatcher. So we use the dial plan to handle what will be the dispatcher ID. And then with that variable, we can put using the dispatcher selection with the ds select DST. So you can see also the dispatcher table in the database on which you have the DPID, the set ID, sorry, and the destination in URI format, SIP, SIP-S, and eventually with the TCP transport. Okay, what was the challenge? The challenge was we need to discover a lightweight solution for updating domains, dial plans, and dispatchers, or whatever you need in your Kamailio configuration without creating a new API or bash scripting or any type of scripting for launching updates to Kamailio. Why? Because nothing absent can be broken. Minimizing the number of components let us to improve the system performance, increase the efficiency and reliability. We have less maintenance and fewer potential points of failure. So what could be the solution? We found a good way to go using database triggers, air timers, and SQLX query in Kamailio. Let's start from the database part. In this example, I will show you how we created everything in Postgres. So first of all, we create a Postgres table named spool operations. The database table has the module name. That could be, for example, dial plan, domain aliases, or whatever, dispatcher. Then we have the module ID. That will be the ID of the row that is affected inside of the module described in the field module. The type of operation we have inside, so it could be delete, insert, or update, and a timestamp, just to have a look at when the row is created. Then we create a function, a database function that we name spool operations. Then checks if, for example, the operation is delete. Then we have to insert into the table spool operation the table name fetched from the table name of the in the trigger, the old ID, because if we delete, we don't have any new ID, and we put the letter D. This is our internal convention. That means, okay, I have deleted that ID in that table name. More or less the same for update and insert, except for the information that is a new ID. So we create an insert into spool operation, the table name, the new ID, and U for update, and E for insert. Okay, we have created the table, we have created the function. Now we need to attach and create the trigger. So in order to put everything together. So we create a trigger named the same name, spool operation. After insert or delete or update on, this is an example of dial plan, public.dial plan. For each row, execute function spool operation. So every time I insert a row, I update a row, or I delete a row in the dial plan table, it automatically executes the function spool operation that inserts inside the table spool operations the information I need. This is a screenshot I made just immediately after updating the dial plan table. As you can see, you have the module dial plan. The module ID 86 means that row I86 of the dial plan has been updated because the operation is U. Okay? Of course, you have to do this type of, you have to create the trigger on every table you need to auto-update. Okay, now we have a spooling table that automatically populates on every table I want to observe the changes. What to do now? Just put and implement the AirTimer module inside of Kamailio. The module AirTimer executes route blocks based on a timer. It can create new timer processes and execute many route blocks on the same time. There is a, you can implement your route block inside the request route because there is a static faked message. It's an option with, if I remember correctly, the call ID is 123 and the call sequence is 1, auto-generated by Kamailio, and so you can put directly inside your request route. How to implement? Just define the module, load module or timer, and then define. The first mode pattern tells we create a new timer named spooler. We give an interval of 30 seconds. About interval, as you can see below, if you specify the U in the end, you deal with microseconds. Otherwise, you deal with second. Interval equals 30 means run every 30 seconds. And mode 1 means running a separate process. And don't use the shared timer. Okay, then we need to create the spooler route. Inside the spooler route, what we have to do, we have to check if the database spooling table has something to update. We have to pass the output, and we have to update modules using internal function where present. Otherwise, executing an RPC call. Let's see how. But first of all, if I need to have an RPC call, I need to call Kamailio itself by JSON RPC call, and I have to handle via an event route XHTTP request. This is an example of a lightweight implementation on which I accept only local requests looking for the source IP. Otherwise, I reply back with 403 forbidden. And if the URL is RPC, I execute the JSON RPC dispatch. More or less what you can find in the GitHub public repository, I think. Okay, let's move on to the spooler route. The spooler route creates a variable on which I create the SQL query. The SQL query will be select distinct module as module from spool operation. Why distinct? Because if you remember, we have just created a timer module that runs every 30 seconds. But for example, I can have more times updated the dial plan or the dispatcher module, but I need only to update once because I check every 30 seconds. So this is why I use the distinct. Then I have to I execute the query using a specific route we have written that is in the next slide, route SQL query. And then I will have the result, if something is found, in the XIVP array. And I cycle between them, and I check, for example, if the module name is dispatcher, I do DS reload. If the module name is dial plane, I do dial DP reload for dial plane reload, but also, as we are using hash table, we need to reset also the hash table. We have an internal hash table we use named destination group cache. We need to also to reset because maybe it's not up to date because of the changes. Then, if, for example, the module is hash table, we use whitelisting for hash table with whitelist. As we don't have, or maybe today there is an internal function, but when we implemented there wasn't. We call JSON RPC exec with the JSON request, as you can see, with method hash table dot reload, passing parameters hash table whitelist, because this is the name of our hash table. For domain, more or less the same. We call JSON RPC request with domain.reload. And as we are using also address table, we reload the address table that belongs to the permission module. So we need to call permissions.address reload and also reset the related hash table we use for this type of logic. Then, of course, we incremented the counter. And in the end, after the while, if something is found, so if the spooling table is not empty, I need to empty them. This is a simple way of implementing. Of course, it means that you need to have only one Kamailio instance. Otherwise, if you delete everything, you will update only once. But if you have multiple Kamailio instances, multi-active, you need just to change a little bit the logic, for example, handling different fields or different table names. Okay, let's move on to SQL query route. SQL query route uses SQL xquery method function that is inside the SQL ops module. SQL ops module, it's you can find in the docs of Kamailio. You can use multiple database connection using this type of module. You can have you can store many results in different SQL queries in separate structure. You can access the information via pseudo variables, and also you have array indexes. There is a persistence in process space, and results can be stored like we have used in XAVP, accessing via column names and available during transaction lifetime, and don't need to be destroyed manually. Okay, so what you have to call the SQL xquery, passing the connection, the query, and the result. Result is the string name to identify the XAVP. This is an example you can find again in the documentation of Kamailio. In this example, you define the SQL connection with the DB driver, the proper DB driver. Then you create the SQL xquery, select start from domain, and save inside the string name array. And you will access the information inside the $XAVP array, and then with the domain key, for example, or domain ID. So you can have multiple opportunity to access data directly inside of Kamailio, putting query using this type of function. This is what we have implemented. Pretty simple. It just fetches the var variable query previously defined before calling the route SQL query. And we, if the SQL query goes okay, we reply back with 1, otherwise -1 in order to check if there is some type of error. Okay, just to see it in action, this is an example of updating a domain inside of the web panel of ZipPlayer that updates both the domain and the dial plane because of the matching I mentioned before. And in the Kamailio log file, you can see, for example, the call ID 123 options, call sequence 1. And as you can see, the route spooler is called and reloads the domain and the dial plane model automatically. The same with the whitelist. We use hash table named whitelist, and as you can see, the module is automatically reloaded. I think I've done. Thank you. Too quick, Daniel?
Yeah, Italian, okay. You have to work a little bit to catch with Lorenzo, but the two Lorenzo, we have only one this time, but it's still Italian time. Okay, so questions? Anyone here, Tori?
I was just wondering, have you considered, why did you decide to use a spool table instead of saying using a message bus and say the Rabbit client so you immediately get the updates right away and immediately can call refresh?
Well, it could be an approach. Our goal was creating less logic or using less components as possible. That was the main goal, because Postgres we already use for storing data from the API, for example, and for putting the information and loading up in Bootstrap in Kamailio containers. And Kamailio, of course, we need to use for the business logic of the SIP routing. So with this type of example, we have added nothing more about components or scripts or other stuff. This is what.
And Kamailio can do it, why not?
Hey, thanks. How do you handle cleaning up this spool table? Like,
how we handle cleaning?
Like cleaning, like after some time, probably you have some old records, or how do you?
The spool table?
Like purge, change.
As you can see here, you automatically, every 30 seconds, the spool table is cleared, because if the spool table has more than one records, you create, after handling the updates, you just delete everything. It's inside the spool operations.
Well, this kind of looks like there is some potential for like race conditions, because there might be some inserts in between.
Okay.
Anyway, thanks.
But we have locking, so you can use CFG utils lock unlock if you want to protect at the beginning and end of this block. But yeah, but I think the triggers, they lock the table or not? I'm not sure. Okay, but or a transaction. Yeah. Any other question right now? Okay, I see a hot discussion here. You need some baseball sticks around. Okay. Any other question you wanted or no? Other questions for now? Yeah. To execute or a route from RPC command, there is an AV route, AVRT route module. I can check it. We have a session, ask me anything, and at that moment I will I will look for it. Okay, then thank you so much, Paolo, for coming this.
Thank you, Daniel, for the intro. Yes, for some reasons, we call Kamailio for K2 inside the working group 2. But if you consider the voice over IP horizon of open source project, it's probably Kamailio will be one of the highest peaks there. So it's, I think it deserves it naturally. Anyway, there are many tools on these slides, and in Telco we like tools. We like things of importance to be duplicated, and tools appear everywhere kind of naturally, like for example the ones which are shown there, K2, EC2, MC squared. So at some point we convinced ourselves that there is nothing wrong with our company name, which is Working Group 2. And for official version, I refer to our company site, wg2.com, all letters, where you can find the official version of what happens to the other working groups which have the integer index in its names. So in Working Group 2, we built mobile core as a service. Mobile core that controls radio access network. That's as Elena showed us. And the mobile core controls radio access network in order to run the basic telco application, Hello World. And this application does basically what it is. It's you make a SIM card, puts in a phone, and user gets basic services like voice messaging and mobile data. And in Working Group 2, we wanted very much to run these applications ourselves. And therefore, like our entry ticket to this was the secret that is kept between SIM cards and the network. The secret is used to authenticate both parties to each other. And on the network side, the component that does this authentication called HLR or HSS, UDM, depending on the G generation of the mobile network we are talking about. So we started with this node, in fact, inspected the interfaces that bind it together to the rest of the mobile core. And service by service, node by node, we took it out and provided our implementation. And now we can sit as close to the radio access network as G-Node B. So we can plug our implementation of the core into interfaces of the G-Node B on 5G. And maybe we start seeing traffic on other generations, earlier generations of the network a little bit later. But anyway, regardless, we control all aspects of the user and control plane signaling, user plane data that constitute this Hello World application. So, and now we provide the mobile core as a service and as a service to the mobile virtual operators. This is mobile operators who doesn't have their radio access network, but rather rent it from the Tier 1 players in the country, which like. And as the value proposition from Working Group 2 to those virtual operators, we provide the cost-efficient core that runs as a service, and plus we have a booster there, like the factor that can add value to the proposition that a virtual operator gives to their end users. And we hope to build this booster based on our APIs and third-party products. Maybe even like hopefully the people in this very room. And our APIs, I want to introduce, since I'm representing here the voice team. I want to produce our voice APIs that we have, and I want to do it in context of the two classic telco characters like Mike Tyson and Evander Holyfield. So here's the story of the affection that was never reciprocated. So Alice is very persistent, calling Bob day in, day out through various RFCs, through UPP specs, GSMA recommendations, not counting blogs and books on the subject. And Bob, what does he do? Does he have a call? No, he never returns. He never returns, no calls to Alice. So people are trying to throw everything they got to Alice to stop her from reaching Bob. Like start by circuit switch networks, then packets of different versions, VoIP, SIP, the firewall nuts, and some cruel ones came with actually denied the privilege of using UDP on the network to the Alice and put some HTTPS proxies and so on. So the typical day of Alice would look like that. So in the golden days of telco. But yeah, there are other ways. So there are other ways, and still Alice managed to get through like the water. And let's see what we got for her in our case. So in our context, the Alice and Bob, they are residents of the mobile networks. Their services, the voice services, can be anchored in any of the Gs, depending on deployment status in a given country. And Working Group 2 takes care of this plural family of Gs there, and interconnects, national interconnects, international interconnects, connect to the hosting operator, the one that actually has radio network to rent out. And on the other side, Working Group 2 provides a plain old SIP trunk, which is over TLS. And Alice, she told us that it would be beneficial if we use public IPs for relaying the media, if we enable the ICE and allow to encrypt the conversations with either SDS or DTLS. So how we get the SIP going between Working Group 2 and external partners. In the SIP, there is a concept of the registration, and we borrowed that and applied to the external product. Before we start shipping out the SIP signaling between Alice and Bob, one has to create a so-called virtual SIP registration using our gRPC API in this case. And we use gRPC over SIP or other methods as we mostly due to internal preferences, and believe that this is a better tool for the job. So at the moment we support about 3 types of the registrations, and one of them first is a loop. This is when the signaling from when the Alice makes call to Bob, the signaling first sent to external party, external product, and then external product is to decide what to do with this call. So this leg 3 may or may not happen. If the Bob is resident of the external domain, then it may be answered there. But if not, so the call is routed back to us, and we terminate it to the Bob eventually. So the second registration type is over fork. In this case, when Alice called Bob, so external party will see at the same time the seed leg looking at that. And it can be like if you want to duplicate Bob terminal on some other devices or browsers, etc. So this kind of solution for that. And the last one is the fallback that we, in this case, the leg number 3 there, it's doesn't happen if Bob answers the call, but if Bob failed to answer the call, then leg 3 will be presented to the external product, and he will get talked to others. So that's those 3 types of registration that we have at the moment. And the last one we introduced in order to support the solutions for voicemail, for example, that the voicemail provider can come to the platform and say, hey, here's the alternative. If you don't like our standard voicemail or for some reason, then, or it has better functionality, here's the way to integrate it. So how to create those registrations? One has to download our protobuf definitions of the API and generate gRPC clients. So all this boilerplate that's generated by the tools, and then registration. The registration is subject. It has a time to live attached to it, and it's as in SIP. It has to be refreshed on regular intervals. Otherwise, it will be forgotten. And through this mechanism, we kind of exclude the extensions that have at the moment operational issues from the Alice to Bob calls and don't disturb the service. So the registration that we have here. So the last one is the last field there is the phone number of Alice or Bob. Then the route type. This is the one of the 3 types that we discussed slide before. And then we have the DNS name of the destination where we should send the traffic to, and it can be either A records or SRV records for the DNS. So Kamailio will figure it out and will establish the TCP and then TLS connection. There will be mutual verification of the certificates. If everything is good, so the invites will go. And for the purpose of distinguishing between the kind of call case, either it's Alice calling Bob, or it's Bob receiving the call, kind of reason why external product received this call. So we have the prefixes fields that eventually will be prepended to the user parts of the URI. And yeah, you're free to not use them, but if they are helpful, then they can be given in the registration. So we probably will be peering with the people who also run Kamailio on their edge, and we can share some tricks that we do in order to keep the TLS certificates fresh. So our execution environment is Kubernetes, and inside there we use the certificate manager that queries let's encrypt service in order to obtain the state certificates. So here we have the Kamailio pod that start listening on 5061 ports using the TLS transport, and then it maps the folder TLS something where the certificate manager will drop the certificate. And then we have the small shell script that runs alongside the Kamailio that will look after changes in this file. In case it gets overwritten, we just ask Kamailio to reload, and next TLS connection will be using the updated certificate. So this way we have automatic rotation of the TLS certificates. We don't need to pay too much attention when the certificates are expiring. So it's not a surprise anymore. So while working with partners on interconnects, we also noticed that there is different behavior on TCP load balancers, cloud load balancers, when it comes to idle or semi-idle TCP connections. And most of them, they kind of resolve using the keep alive, more aggressive keep alives between us and the third party. But still, in some cases, we were observing the TCP that were stale. And they were stale for a good deal of time. Like it turns out that this something like TCP retransmissions to blame. The TCP stack, when it's missing the ARC from the peer, it's goes to the retransmission state where it's will keep trying until either number of retries is reached or it gets a packet from the other end. And in this state, the default Linux settings will keep the TCP connection in this state for 15 minutes. And even enabled TCP keep alive doesn't change this behavior. This is well-known issue, and the recommendation is to tune the shown parameter on the last line, TCP retries 2, with 5 retries on retransmission. So the faulty TCP will be disposed of in about 6 seconds instead of default 15 minutes, which is a big difference. One thing is that there is no support for this parameter in Kamailio script, and one needs to resort to some sort of bash scripting what is available. Yeah, so as our proposition to the developers who can benefit from having their products on our platform is that we have a distribution channel managed by the operators on the platform. The operators on the platform, we have presence in Scandinavia, Norway, in Sweden. We have in Europe with Hutchinson, the UK, and Austria. And so we have a challenger in US, Mobi, that is eager to get features added to the basic Hello World application, and hopefully we can add them through you joining to the stage, to reaching to our product team, developing together the products on the platform, and we have team products that will take good care of you if you reach as those 2 first options listed there, either via Slack or just email. So I'm sure they will you will hear back, and we take it from there. So that was it. Any questions? Please don't hesitate.
Sorry, that was me. Thank you. Any questions from here? As I saw there with the TLS reload, maybe I should add, I'll have, today will be about KMCLI, the last session, but with KMCLI you can implement kind of hybrid approach where you can keep TLS, CFG attributes in a database table, and then CamCLI can generate the TLS CFG for you. So then you should reload. So in case you prefer to use the database for TLS management, as I saw TLS there, and I remember that some people were asking about that. Okay, now any question for Sergey? If not, one from myself with this API, because we know that telecom was very conservative and it's not the first attempt to make it a little bit more flexible. Do you see, like, probably, I know that Werner's team was always like innovation and so on, but do you have contacts with all mobile operators, and do you see like a migration more into like application layer and API integration, like you have with other internet services, like with, for example, GitHub? We are developers here, many, and you can do a lot of things with APIs and GitHub. Is the telecom mobile world, mobile operators world, ready to be more open and give us the rest of the world more flexible access to their core, or it's what you try to do?
It's hard to say, but the reason behind our company creation was that it's exactly that we cannot extend the Hello World application beyond what it is, because there is no way to persuade the telco operators to give the access to the APIs, because the telco operators are not they are not developers that making the products they are operating, right? So you need to talk to Ericsson and Nokia and not. But in this case, this is exactly what we do. We are a company developing the mobile core, and we are focused on providing the APIs to all the services that we have on the platform.
Okay, hopefully, yeah, this world will be more open for integration with smaller applications, smaller companies. Okay, if no other question, thank you, Sergey, again.
Thank you
for your presence here. Probably I will be myself in some cases. Okay, so we are good on time. Should I take the microphone to pass? Yeah, you can have this microphone. You can keep it last. Okay. So actually, yeah, Victor, it's more or less here as a coordinator. Just have something on slide on. And yeah, I forgot to say it at the beginning, but if someone needs to pass like live streaming, it's directly to YouTube on the Kamailio World channel, and there you can see exactly the link for the streaming today. I think tomorrow is gonna change, but the easiest is to go to this one, and there you'll find it as an option to view. Okay, so this session, it's supposed to be like just open discussion about anything Kamailio and beyond Kamailio, the ecosystem, the protocol, standardization, and so on. As I said, okay, I'll get to that one. So yeah, we have many developers here, including Victor, and first I want to give some credits actually, because Victor put a lot of efforts in packaging for Debian and Ubuntu. And if you use those packages, including those from our website, which is actually sponsored by Zipwise, the repository, but Victor managed it and pushed it directly to the official Debian distribution. And I know it's a lot of bureaucracy with licensing in open source space. So it's not always easy to get. With every major release and new contribution, there is a review process. And thanks to Victor and his free time allocated to this project, we are well positioned on this, at least with Debian Ubuntu official package or repository or our own project repository. They are very up to date. I think there are minutes since the moment I announced a release, and Victor is triggering the Debian building for that release. Moreover, he also takes care of building nightly packages. So from the stable version, every night, if there are changes, will be new packages generated. Of course, he builds some magic scripts and so on. So he actually sleeps during the night, hopefully. But yeah, huge thanks to Victor. He is also active developer, a lot of contribution with Lua, some other modules, CFGT, and I lost the track, but it's one of very good friends of the project and very active developer. Then we have Federico from Libon as well. It's now here with TSILO and this push notification and TLSF memory manager coming from the same group. I think it was Camille writing him, but Libon it's also supporting us as a sponsor this edition. And yeah, I mentioned, I think, Tori for the CPT module and IMS. We have some guys here that might have some insights for you, including Dragos Fingerzan, if it's still here. Okay, it's under the table. The original author of all this IMS, or most of the IMS extension and diameter client. Alexander for SIP capture. Homer, if you have question, because today he did some other kind of presentation. Let me see if I forgot anyone. Yeah, Sebastian, it's at the video streaming team there, but he did some contribution and also some libraries for JavaScript Lua in the past for testing and Chemi. I forgot Carsten there in the back with dialogue and also a lot of IMS things. Yeah, hopefully I have spotted most of those present here today. Okay. So thank you everyone for contributing also to the mailing list, answering a question. Lately was a little bit busy for me, not much active as I used before pandemic, but I think the community is still active. And thanks to Fred, there is quite active Matrix channel that he's managing and updating, making it available for the community. So first question.
Thanks. I have actually two questions, but okay. So first one is the status of the OpenSSL 3.3 third version. Means is there any plans to somehow test, integrate, and so on?
Yeah. So plans are always. We lack time. So it's in the roadmap, probably my roadmap. I was looking a little bit at it, but as with Debian stable these days, it's still libSSL 1.1 available there. I didn't have any pressure from like commercial point of view, like customer point of view, but definitely we have to review their changes. It's a little bit hard with the libSSL or OpenSSL project lately because they do a lot of changes and they do a lot of internal changes and remove APIs, obsolete APIs, and it's not just prototype of some function, they change a lot internally. We have now, thanks to a contributor, I think it was from Singapore, he contributed the TLS Wolf SSL, which is now in the 5.7, the latest stable release, which was out 1 month ago or so. I haven't played that much with it, but it's at least one alternative there that you could try at this moment. But yeah, with libSSL since 1.1, we had a little bit of hard time. Even now we have some workarounds. We override some library functions from pthread to make it multi-process safe, because by default OpenSSL compiles now, or they are in this multi-threading mode. For us, that doesn't work. So we have to override some function there for their mutexes. But with 3.0, it's another large set of changes, and we haven't got to that, unfortunately. But for sure, this development cycle is something that we have to take care of it. I think latest Ubuntu always, it's only with 3.0, 1.1, libSSL 1.1, it's going to be out of maintenance this autumn or something like that. I think someone pointed. Yeah, will be the last patch. Yeah, luckily Telecom still runs Debian 8, 9 in Telecom World. There's nobody in the fresh Ubuntu and Fedora Rawhide, or how it's called. But yeah, right now, probably everyone running on the cloud is using TLS, so it's quite high priority. It's just the time was, or the planets didn't align for this release, especially with this event. It was also quite a lot of effort to get everything after the pandemic moving and getting it set up. So this spring was quite busy on our side. Second question, if
Yeah,
I
the
answered.
second question is actually more to the Red Hat-based distributions. Is there any plans to support, let's say, CentOS, but not Stream, but like a stable, like Rocky or Alma or whatever?
Yeah, here, unfortunately, we don't have the packager here. It's Sergey Safarov that helps with, and it's a little bit on the cloudy side of my view. It's not yet clear how he does it. He uses some cloud services, and I'm not sure what distributions are there. I'm mostly like installing from sources in most of the cases. If not, would be Debian Ubuntu. So my activity in the CentOS space, it's a really minimal, but I saw that Sergey from time to time do updates to the packaging specs. I haven't checked if he does packaging for all releases. He said he's gonna do it. No, but he does it for every release of Kamailio. Is keeping up with that? That was my question, because I'm not watching at all that space, and he's not here. He was at the developers event before pandemic where we discussed, but doesn't. We'll have to check. But the easiest would be to try to ask on mailing list or open on GitHub issues, because I saw Sergey is quite active there more than on the mailing list. Our
which normally creates which creates automatically Debian package and PM package.
Okay.
Same XML. It's inspired by this FPM model. It's called Go.
Okay. Well, we can look at it, but again, from my point of view, I'm not much familiar with RPM specs, although for a while I was a little bit maintaining them, but was, you know, like Stack Overflow or Unix forums, rather than using myself those packages. But yeah, always if someone wants to contribute, the doors are open, or the website and mailing lists are open. Okay, you have to register to the mailing list, because otherwise it will be open for spammers. But it's automatically there, and anything that you could help with, it's very much appreciated. especially packaging, also documentation. We really appreciate such efforts and testing, because those are coming a little bit in the hard way for us, at least for me as a developer. Sometimes writing code, it's easy, but preparing the environment for testing, it's quite complex. But yeah, maybe Alexander will be in touch and see if we can get anything like separate of Sergey or together with Sergey for this packaging. Other question that you may have about the present future of Kamailio? We have Tori. There will be no chat GPT module.
This is actually directed to Victor Seva. It's I'm on a Mac these days.
Sorry, what?
I'm on a Mac these days. Sorry, I've been using Docker to Kamailio, but as soon as I now starting to use the Kemi Python module, it crashes when using the x86 Docker images. So I was wondering, do you plan to make ARM 64 Debian images soon?
Plan, yes. Soon, it doesn't depend on me because I depend on Zipwise sponsoring, and it's their platform, and they use only MD64. So I talked with Mika Prokop, that actually is in charge of the environment, and then we discussed, and yeah, we want to do it, but it's not a priority, so I cannot say it's going to be soon. But yes, I would like to have it. Okay.
Because you said you are on Mac, not my Mac, but I also use Docker there. Lately, what I found is, multipass from Ubuntu. Multipass, check on the web. It's what I'm using now more than Docker, because it's kind of headless virtual machine, and it's a bit more persistent, because with Docker sometimes, if you don't update the Docker file, then you kind of lose the environment if you install packages directly in the container, because you need to test something and so on. Yeah, it's like a virtual machine. I don't think it has graphical user interface, but it's what I use now with this Mac. With the previous one, I was relying a lot on Mac ports, and I got most of the modules compiled because I installed the libraries via Mac ports. But my old lab book died because of the screen, and I got a new one. And with the new one, I went on multipass, and it's the one I use a little bit at the demo with the hash tables, and I'm gonna also use it for the next session with CamCLI. So it's practically you have like multipass shell, the name of the image where you want to go into, and that's more persistent. It's like you can install packages, they stay forever. It's not like with Docker file. So but I haven't tried the Python modules there to see why they are crashing and whatever. It's a problem with the ARM and up Python. On Mac? Because with the Mac, the CPU, it's ARM now, and if you install Docker or even multipass, it's with the ARM CPU there, and it's different. And not all the, let's say, exotic libraries for some modules you get there on this CPU architecture. Because I assume, yeah, you said ARM CPU, right? Okay, next question.
This isn't a question, it's just a follow-up to that. If you're using the latest Docker desktop or Rancher desktop, you can actually use Rosetta for the emulation instead of QEMU, and it doesn't crash like the QEMU stuff does.
What emulator you use? QM. Ah, okay. Even if the main CPU is ARM, can do simulation. Okay. I haven't tried all these modules, as I said, but right now I'm kind of doing development in multipass, but I have a shared folder, so I edit in the macOS and then compile and test inside this virtual machine. I used in the past VirtualBox as well, but it was pretty slow and stuff like that. This is good because this multipass is like the terminal, right? I'm editing in another terminal or in MacVim, and then I'm.
But we can also use GitHub actions.
Yeah, but okay, you can't really do it for every change to hook a compilation in GitHub or things like that. It works, okay.
It works.
Yeah, I saw now but I think it's a paid service with GitHub. You can have like an editor on the web. Okay. Yeah, we are still in the VI world in telecom, so editing over the web and compiling over the web, sometimes it's You tried? Yeah, okay. Anything else here? Have someone?
I have a question regarding your previous presentation about the hash table.
Yeah.
We don't have now possibility to get information from internal hash tables, like an hash table that use the models like registration or something like this. Do you plan to make this?
And I mean, there is no access because you have it on another way. For example, with user lock, it's using internally for registration for contacts a hash table, and you can add contact addresses in the user log from RPC. You can dump the content to see active users. So practically, it's internally it's working over the hash table, and it's exposing to the RPC in the context of that module, location records, right? And similar would be with, for example, dialogue. You can dump active dialogues from the hash table. You can trigger like kill this dialogue, like send buys. But okay, it doesn't give you the option to change the call ID of the structure in memory because it's not really something you should do for dangerous demo.
Yeah, because sometimes some of models store some information, and we need to like duplicate this information in our custom hash table or some part of this information, and we don't have the direct access to information that stores some of model.
Yeah, could be because of your needs that we don't expose it, but yeah, you have to discuss on the users list if it's possible. If you give an example now, I can say it, but as I said, this internal hash tables for other modules, if they expose something to the RPC or to the config, it's in the context of just something related to that module. It's not as hash table, it's a generic key value storage. And then you have the opportunity to put whatever you want in memory as a key value and then gives all these tools for counting and so on. But also the other module, like as I said, user lock and register, they have the option to say for this user, only 5 active contacts. So internally, this is a counter that goes over the record and say, okay, Daniel has 5 contacts, wants to register again, I forbid it. We'll give to the config file, you exceed the limit. But it's not like you have a function count now and do this logic in the config. But again, it's open source. Everything should be possible with some C coding.
I have one more question about DMQ and internal hash table too. So do we have now one interface for DMQ replication of these internal hash tables, or it making each model make it in each way?
Yeah. So the DMQ, it's just more like transport layer. is not like data format enforcing, because could be useful eventually, or I'm not sure if it's better, but the decision when the module was started was to have it like take care of transmitting, and then the format should be the module deciding how to do it, because some modules might want to have it more optimized for, I don't know, size, make it more compact. So I think hash table it's using like a JSON format, but I think user lock it's using line-based format. I'm not sure. I haven't implemented this, but it's practically the developer of that module decides the format which is more convenient. Sometimes with these protocol formats, yeah, it's good that you have a little bit of interoperability, but can also create more complexity for basic needs. So yeah, it's no single format there, it's per module. And it's not compatible, or can be, but is not ensured to be compatible between major versions. So when you do replication, like also with MySQL and Postgres, it's important to have the same, at least major version, because some fields may change the format, even if it's there, could be different serialization.
And thank you. And the last question about the presence models. There is no so huge activity in this, but I know that a lot of people use it.
Yeah, so I think there is some replication with DMQ and presence. Charles, it's not here today. We'll have a presentation, will be tomorrow, and we'll have a presentation on Wednesday. Charles Chance from Simon, he was working lately on that, but it was quite some years ago. What I've been working, not recently, but like last time on presence, is something that Fred wanted to keep some data only in memory. I think last time we had Emmanuel as well as a presenter, because he was one of the guys that wanted to have this information only like in memory and distributing with RabbitMQ or NSQ, Emmanuel Schimbauer, and then actually sending the data via JSON format. So there is this PUA JSON. So those deployments that typically have a lot of presence records, at least from the feedback I got, usually they're in US, they no longer use like a database for storage. They replicate with NSQ or RabbitMQ or NUTS. I think is the last one from Emmanuel Schimbauer. He comes with the latest technology in this message bus fields. Yeah, it's something written in Go, not S or something like that, as a system to distribute data. And we have a module for it. And he's passing like JSON with presence information, and then from Kamailio, or Kamailio spits out notifies in XML with XML body. But otherwise, yeah, it's, I think in terms of implementation with the presence should be okay for this. Yeah, always there are fixes, because also implementation, sometimes they don't use the exact format and you have to adjust a little bit. But it's not like something big parts of spec missing from there. Scalability could be issue. It's XML, a lot of dialogues to track of, documents to merge and update. So, but presence was somehow designed for like PBX style. However, with the cloud PBX, hosted PBX now, it's larger, let's say, subscriber base than one would think. Maybe, I think the RFC for the presence was 2005 or that time, the first one. Then they got new one, the SIP simple, right? It's pretty old, and they didn't think about scalability that much. They were at that moment it was only like PBX class 5 target for these present services.
I think when you
Karsten, yeah.
think about splitting it up, too large, but it does support replication of it. But it's like dialogue. The other service.
Okay. Karsten?
Yeah, to the DMQ replication, I have a best practice question. If I'm using DMQ replication and I saw it on the mailing list, many people updates the second Kamailio or the third one to the newest version, and then there are breaking changes in the hash table format from some modules or and then it gets corrupted. So what's the best practice to avoid this? Should I block then the port or the replication, and how I do this if I want not update everything at the same time and update server A, B, and then C, and not on the same day?
Well, probably the best would be to introduce some version number there per module and then just ignore if it's not the right version, but we don't have that now. I remember this kind of discussion on the mailing list, but there was no effort on that direction yet. At this moment, what you can do is to look at the user agent, or I think could be server. No, it's still user agent for DMQ, because like when Kamailio is generating this DMQ message, we'll have, it's a C message, right? Which gets to your config execution on the other node. And you can look at the user agent, and if you see it's not matching the version you expect, it will be like 5.6 and you run 5.7, then don't call DMQ handle request, or how it's called, that function, I don't remember by heart, and you drop it, or you just send a reply, because if you just drop it, it will be retransmission. So you can leverage this approach at this moment. Or if you know the IP addresses and so on, yeah, you can catch it at the beginning and don't handle it. But then you don't have the data replicated, so for a while you have to work with, segregated user base in that situation. Maybe you can make it like a group of 3 stay old version and they replicate between them, and another group will be migrated and switch users between them over the time. A variant that I'm thinking now, I'm not sure how feasible it is. I mean, it's possible that I can't say it's really good and just working. Would be like you have these two kind of groups with different version. When you get the register here, you know that contacts will be replicated via DMQ within that group. And what you can leverage would be like T-replicate to push the register to the other group. And that will handle it as a SIB request, and will do DMQ replication in that group with the right format, because the groups are expected to run the same version, or within the group will be the same version. So this is something that just came in my mind and could be. Usually I haven't went for more than 2-3 servers in the same group, because replication is for redundancy and is not for scalability. So it's to have like a backup and so on. If you want scalability and more capacity, then you'll have to do either user partitioning or other splitting of the traffic. Because if you fill the memory with user location in one box, then it's the entire capacity of the group if you replicate everything. And from my point of view, like having 2 or 3 for redundancy, it's enough. Of course, if you are geo-distributed, maybe you want more to have replication across continents, but yeah, you have to analyze case by case, which would be the topology. Other question, Stefano? No IMS question.
Of course.
Because you have to answer. If you...
No, just dumb question. No, first of all, when Kamailio 6? Second question, what about SIP and Quick? Do you see any interest to develop a SIP over Quick?
Okay.
And the last question is, does IMS dialog module support replication?
Okay, the last one, it's easy, no? To my knowledge, because nobody contributed to it, but Carsten, it's there in the back. I mean, to contribute, it's not there, I know.
Exactly. I can confirm that the IMS dialog module doesn't support replication at this moment. Nothing to add there.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe soon we can replace it with dialog.
Okay. Then with version 6, actually this 5.7, there was some discussion to go for 6 or not, but as we developers didn't get the time to work a lot on it, we went for 5.7, but actually internally there were quite a lot of changes. If you look at this release, it might look like not so many features as other past releases, major releases. But actually internally we started to do quite a lot of work to, for example, so far we were able to work only with integer values in the config file. And then we, starting in November when we met at the SIPgate in Düsseldorf, we started to add support for, or replace integers with long as a type. If you know these types, integer is 32 bits or 4 bytes. And long, it can be 8 bytes on 64 bits CPUs. And then we know that the time is also like a number, you know, the timestamp, and soon we'll go over the median value and we'll get negative. If we keep, it's still like 10 years or so, so it's not, maybe I'll retire by then. 15 years, okay, so it's still more time. So yeah, there were a couple of patches here. We tried, there were warnings now from some compilers to get them on the surface. So logging and operation and so on internally, we switched from integer values to long values to make it future-proof from this point of view. And then also some other changes that we introduced, for example, with the return code. Probably many of you that work with Kamailio know that a negative value is evaluated as a false in if condition when you execute a function, like if the trelay fails and returns negative, this if will be evaluated to false. And now we have like a mode where you can say don't use this particular style of evaluation, use the standard one from programming languages, and you have to do explicit comparison. Less than 0, greater than 0, or equal to 0, and then have the operation in the config file accordingly, which makes it a bit more standard, at least if you compare with the Kemi scripting, because in Python you will have to do that, or in Lua. And now it's a module parameter, which is like return mode or something like that. So if you set it to 1, will be this new style, where it's like more standard, but then you have to change your config. And when you have like if trelay, now you have to make it if trelay greater than 0, right? Because will no longer be evaluated as a positive being true and negative being false, and 0 being like an exit. So there are a lot of changes, although sounds like a tiny new core parameter. Internally, we have to work on the interpreter, we have to work on the variables, and the variables are implemented in many modules with this long value. Then also for the function is still some work, so it was not completed, but I think the next release has quite big chances to be 6.0. Another major change that we did after 5.7 that was released last month was this going for C-lang format of the code, because there were so many developers over more than 20 years, and you look at some module and there are different indentation style or no indentation and hard to read. So it was always a question, and we discussed it like 6 years ago, or we started to discuss like 6 years ago, but we're always thinking, yeah, but then it's hard to backport the patches and so on, and we postponed it. I did it individually for some modules, but now we did it, or Victor proposed the patch, took the time to write the script and call that for each C file, and we merge it. And that will make it easier to maintain in the future, and also integrate with this GitHub actions to get the contribution a little bit easier to review and spot eventual issues. And yeah, 6.0 hopefully will be the next one. If we are like half on it, we still some things to do. Hopefully we'll have another developer meeting in in autumn, like we did last year and before pandemic, and maybe then we can get some time to hack together. We want to do also some other changes. I think was Federico proposing before pandemic to have ability to reuse or use all the workers for all the traffic. And actually some of the modules are there. So I introduced them as modules right now. Like this S worker will be towards that direction, and then it's C message store module. I forgot the name right now. Check it. It's another module that combined will try to offer this kind of ability to just pass messages between workers more transparently. So no need to have a dedicated pool per socket. If you now have more traffic on TCP, TLS, or another socket, will be handled together by the others. Right now you can get some starvation, like if a pool of workers get too busy. So as I said, they were not even from this year, but from like 2 years ago, we started to move towards some new internal architecture, new data structures, and so on. But we didn't get to a state where, yeah, these are significant and good for 6.0. But as I said, next one has good chances to be 6.0, and I hope it will be 6.0. And again, expect a lot of internal improvements and refactoring from this point of view. And there was the last one, Sebastian, one moment, was with Quick. I was actually looking at Quick, but I didn't find benefit for it right now. It's like, okay, if I would have time for it, would be nice to play more with and see if it brings some benefits. But so far, with TLS, if you need to put between Kamailio and Kamailio, is still yeah, but it's about capacity. So nobody kind of complain now to say, yeah, Quick will bring you much benefits.
We try to replace TCP just with handshakes, etc. This is what Google tries to do. It's the only way to.
Yeah, but that's probably good for client server where it's a little more interaction. But server to server, usually like you connect once when you start or with the first message, and that's kind of kept always. You don't have all this negotiation and package lost.
There was that proposal from Tony, but it was more like, it seems there was more like for wholesale and things like that, to connect inside the cloud from wholesale. But I've not heard about it.
Yeah, also, again, always there is another NoSQL or another message bus or another protocol that would be nice to, and people say it's great, but you need time and you need also like a business case for it, because if not, if you just spend time coding and nobody using it, or it's not useful. And yeah, as we got older and older, sometimes you don't have much time just for code. You prefer a glass of wine instead of writing a new module. Or trick, or the Romanian ones. But yeah, if it's coming as like a market pressure or demand, not pressure, we will look at it, of course.
But also now Google doesn't release it, didn't release it until now. They still experimental mode.
It's still experimental?
They say it's cool, but more experimental.
Okay. Sebastian?
Yeah, I'm actually representing the live chat from the video stream, and user voipnuggets.com asks, can we use DynamoDB with Kamailio?
Yes, if he contributed. So we don't have a dedicated connector. I think with some of this system, it was more like HTTP API to interact with. So obviously it's not going to work like just for storing for location, but if you need to get the password from there, you can do an HTTP query if it offers that, and then you get the password and you pass it as a parameter to authentication function. So as I said, there were many NoSQL like system in the past that everyone say, oh, this is cooler than Mongo, than Redis, and like, I don't know, CouchDB, no CouchDB, big couch, small couch, all the couch. But as I said, someone will need, I know companies that moved from SQL to NoSQL and back to SQL because the benefits were not as good. I mean, you can get some better performance, but then you have to look at, do you need that performance versus the complexity, and maybe not the complexity, but the knowledge. If your team doesn't have the knowledge, you might spend a lot of resources to just gain a little bit of performance when you maybe don't need it. Trust me, I've seen a lot of proposals for, you know, let's make this platform to be the next WhatsApp and so on, and they were not having the first customer and very little money for that. And don't expect that it's going to be anything viral with anything you launch now on RTC space. It's going to take time to get customers, and then you can experiment. I mean, even now, like with Postgres, they have quite good performance with indexes on prefixes. I know many companies using directly match on the database, not even caching for prefix matching. And also MySQL, it's very fast. Then also working with JSON now with MySQL and Postgres, it's quite easy. So as I said, I've seen companies going on one side and returning to the other side based on their team, because with MySQL, SQL-like system, everyone knows a lot of tutorials, a lot of knowledge, simplicity. So the answer for DynamoDB is no. And now, yeah, also with cloud services, you can get MySQL as a service from Amazon or whatever, so you don't care about replication, backups, and so on. Aurora, or Postgres. So, okay. Other questions? It's there, Lucas.
So we're going to ask a quick question about one thing we've noticed in industry as of recently, especially on the carrier side, is we're starting, especially in the United States, and I think increasingly maybe starting in the next few months in France, We have a lot of telecom carriers and regulatory frameworks requiring these basically cryptographic headers to authenticate the caller ID.
And then shaken, yeah.
Yes, exactly. And I think something called MAN platform now is the equivalent in France. And the biggest difference we've seen with these is they push the SIP message size often over the MTU of UDP. And I'm curious sort of what, have we seen this cause problems with other players? Are we seeing a lot of people in the carrier space move to TCP or, TLS even? And how are people dealing with that problem?
Yeah, so in Kamailio, if you just pass the traffic left and right, probably the easiest right now would be to use Topos module, which makes Kamailio look as a back-to-back user agent, but only look as from traffic point of view. So it's this topology stripping module, which you will have to use like a Redis or a database backend. But practically, it stores the headers in the incoming, like via headers, record route, and then makes the outgoing invite look like being originated by Kamailio. So it will be a single via header, will be contact of Kamailio, no record route. So from this point of view, that will reduce the size of the message. If you want to still keep it as a proxy, there are a lot of garbage headers. I mean, I know this allows supported, maybe supported, should be supported headers. I honestly, I played with some and some phones. If I change allow or support, many don't really care about only a few of them. So you can delete quite a lot of headers from a lot of traffic there. So this would be the two options to reduce the size. Topos would be to get rid of the routing headers via record route and so on. And then we have the operation to remove your unwanted headers or not necessary headers. We have two functions at least that could be useful in TextOps or TextOps X module. One is keep headers, and you give the list of headers that you still want to keep besides those mandatory. So always will be call ID from, to, via, and so on. But then if you don't know how many other headers are there, you can say, okay, I'm interested in identity header, right, to be passed over. And you can say keep identity header, and then we'll go there. And with the previous latest release, the 5.6, I added the message header iterators. So practically you can go header by header, and at each step you get the name of the header and the value of the header. And of course you can change them if you want, but gives you the chance to say if it's that header, keep it, or if not, move it. But as I said, there is another function that will do it in one step. Or if you want to control it a bit more, to say maybe sometimes supported, it's important for this provisional ACK 108 rel. And you can look there. If supported has that value, keep it. If not, remove it, because you know that the gateway needs it or doesn't need it. Yeah, then from Giovanni, yeah, that's good. We have SDP ops module where you can remove parts of the codecs. So you can say keep only G711 and Opus to be like WebRTC. But you don't gain much. I mean, that's a little bit of a joke. You have 2 and then you make it T, right? You have from, you make it F. It's
That's a few characters, yeah.
Yeah, if that's the problem, then yeah, you can go into. But usually it's in a margin of 100 or more. Sometimes, yeah, it's at the border. And then it would be make the font smaller, right? So this.
So it's gonna.
Yeah, and then you can also compact multiple headers in a single one, but like serialized by comma separated value. But again, these are not gaining much. It doesn't worth the trouble. Topos would be the one that does a lot on this. and then manual, like you explicitly add the remove of headers or remove of codecs.
I think one challenge we've seen is also in the specs now there's diversion headers, and you can get into circumstances where we actually need multiple identity headers.
Yeah, you can get multiple identity headers. I was not aware of it, but someone reported and I had to do some coding to the SexSip ID module, the one for stir shaken in Kamailio. Actually, we have two. It's one SexSip ID, which I developed based on another library. Tomorrow I'll have a link to the external project. And then it's another one using lib stir shaken from the free switch signal wire guys there. I'm not sure how maintained that library is, but probably it's used for free switch, so it's pretty well maintained. But I'm using SexSip ID module for my deployments when I need. In Europe, stir shaken is like below 0. Maybe we'll start in France and UK, I heard. But in Germany and other countries, they have only cocktails for steering.
So it sounds like general impression is no wholesale migration from UDP to TCP.
But yeah, switching to TCP TLS, it's always an option, but many don't want to do it because next box, like a PSTN gateway, doesn't support it. So if you can switch to TCP TLS, then yeah, it's a solution. Okay, so I'm not sure if someone wants to discuss a bit more about stir shaken, maybe the American friends here can tell more about. I see Fred being a big fan of but yeah, in Europe it's not much about this technology. It's simple. I don't see much benefits, but I don't see any complexity in it. Apart of enabling Sandro to exploit more around with this HTTP callback to fetch the certificate. Sandro is not here. Ah, it's there. Okay, that's Sandro there. Yeah. So all these external references are the happiness of, okay, Sandro is not an attacker. He helps us to protect against attackers. But yeah, whenever you do a reference to local file system or to other services, that's something that attackers love to exploit. And so Sandro has some comments.
Well, in my opinion, it adds a lot of attack surface, really. I mean, it's not just the HTTP URLs. You know, you've got so many other formats that you have to parse and so on. It increases the attack surface, so it's a security measure, right? But it can also be, introduce new security vulnerabilities. And we have seen this. It's not just my opinion, of course. We have seen this in practice, right? So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else? If not, question from my side. And then we can probably move further. Anything important missing from Kamailio that you would like to see in the next releases? Of course, DynamoDB was noted. eBPF was noted for Alexandr to contribute. But yeah, if you feel like it's something that it's important to have and it's not there, and we can discuss it and have the final decision if it's important. Okay, so we have everything in Kamailio, that's good. Okay, so yeah, tomorrow and the day after will be many presentation, and we'll meet many other developers of Kamailio and components around. Probably you look at the agenda already. If no other questions right now, I'm the last speaker for today, I think, with the CAM CLI. which will be in presentation. Scheme CLI, okay, here. Okay, let's do the slide first. Okay. Okay, so it was a really good discussion. Thanks for all the questions. Now, let's go to CamCLI, which I tried to promote before the pandemic when it was quite fresh. Meanwhile, it has evolved quite a lot, and I want to bring it back on the top. And hopefully will become more and more popular, and that will allow us to obsolete and eventually remove some old shell script that we use for controlling Kamailio, like CamCTL and CamDBCTL, and maybe even CamCMD, because it can cover all of those 3 other tools and can do even more than that. This is for the live stream that I forgot to give at the first presentation. I already said it. But yeah, the main problem that we had with this CamCTL in the recent years was that at some point Bash was everywhere, right? So it kind of got like a Bash script rather than shell. But lately, Dash, ZSH, and other shells that are now the default can create troubles when using the CamCTL. And then CamDBCTL, it's related, but only for creating the database structure. At some point, through a customer, I got this CamCLI. It was a different name, but when they decided to donate it anonymously via myself to the community, we choose this name, Kamailio command line interface. And yeah, this is written in Python, which gives us more control on checking the input and also formatting the output, because with the CamCTL, especially when we have to deal with the RPC commands, formatting in JSON RPC, and then extracting information from the reply. Maybe it's not that complex, but still, if you look at the sources, it's a little bit ugly. Cat, JQ, and other tools that you have to combine. While with Python, it's pretty much everywhere now by default. Of course, I have to install some other extension. I'll do a live installation, hopefully, if I have time. So I haven't prepared to run CamCLI. I have an environment to run it because I write code for it. But I want to show at the end that it's easy to install it from scratch. So it's not something, another application, very sophisticated, wait 2 hours to compile and things like that. It's quite, there is also packages right now. Thanks, Victor, I forgot about to put it here. We have packages for CamCLI right now. And then what I also like quite a lot, I'm by far not a big Python development fan because of the other aspects like white space indentation, control blocks, and so on. But it's easy to extend. So, and it's easy to extend in the way to the relation to the database and also in the relation with interacting with Kamailio. So sometimes if you have like your own database, right, table that you can then use with SQL ops to fetch, or with hash table or with entry, you can extend CamCLI by adding your own file in the comments directory, and you can just maintain that locally. So it will not conflict. If I change something on the repository and you pull it, it's not going to overwrite your file. It's not going to conflict at all. And it's specific for you. And based on that, you can have your own validation that, okay, it's a database with 2 columns, 1 telephone number, second, a list of values. I don't know, this customer type prepaid, premium, postpaid, whatever, just to give an example. And you can make it quite easy, and then also output of the format of the output you can choose. Even now with CMCLI, you can have like raw JSON, or it can, even if it gets JSON RPC response, it can translate it to YAML, which is more compact, like line oriented. You can even make it like look like a table, which sometimes it's nice to put it in a slide because it formatting it. So it really has very powerful tools, of course, based on what Python offers for reformatting this output. In Kamailio, we'll have to use the JSON RPC module, which is by default. It's also used by CamCTL, so you can use both of them at the same time. This is a little bit of a screen recording. So you have also like suggestion and completion from the, it has an internal shell. We'll also see it live. You can choose the output format. Here it's a table. I'll have the live demo later. It has quite a lot of internal commands. I listed them in the next slide just to show it is quite feature-rich from this point of view. I already mentioned this interactive shell that you could also see, and we'll show it on the demo as well. It has also like history, so you exit and then you can scroll up and rerun the same command. If you have one with many parameters, it's there. It can even give you suggestions based on the history. So as you start typing, it's giving you, maybe you want to run this now, and you quickly do it. It also does some syntax highlighting, you know, string integers with different colors if you want. And it's with the usual shell key bindings, like searching in the history and so on. So it's trying to mimic a little bit the Linux system. And one of the latest feature that it's useful in production environment, when you start it in the shell mode, it connects automatically and fetches like some information, the running version, the uptime, and so on, so you can see it as you connect. If Kamailio is not running, it's going to be a little bit of delay, timeout, trying to interact with Kamailio. There are some notes about the latest additions to this tool also in our Kamailio 5.7 release. But if you look at 5.6, there are also many new features on this tool. Victor also helped to make it more well formatted. In the development environment, it can automatically format the source code and so on. So it's nice from that point of view. These are the commands, so quite a lot related to our modules, but also going beyond, like for example, with API ban, you can put your key in the CamCLI config file, it's ini-like, and then you can get it synchronized from the API ban server into Kamailio hash table. You have to tell where to push it to Kamailio. And then generic database management. So this is not going through any modules. It's like going to the database, doing queries. So you can do it like from terminal, but using the password and username from the config file of CamCLI, which could be more convenient than using, for example, MySQL client, because in MySQL client, you have to give the password always. And then the modules like accounting to create additional columns, but also to create CDRs from the accounting records, management of the dispatcher, adding routes to the dispatcher group, removing, and so on. Only on this slide, but there are more. Also for the hash table, I used a couple of commands in the first presentation. Then PS to see the list of running processes, and also PS trap is to get using GNU debugger, GDB the backtrace of execution at that moment could be useful for troubleshooting, memory management, statistics, private memory as well is here. Setting in-memory share variables, the first one. So with this one, you can change that value from the terminal. It's a variable that has the value shared across all the processes of the same instance. Information about the server, for example, seeing the listen socket, the local aliases for domains and so on. Statistics, UL is for user location. So I'm not gonna go through all these comments, but there are many, as you could notice. And besides that, each of these previous commands, then I have like sub commands. So like for dispatcher, you have the sub commands to add, to reload the records, to see what's in the database, to add direct in memory or to remove. So you get also sub commands that are useful. It's part of the Kamailio organization on GitHub, so you can contribute by pull request, or if you have developer access, you can commit to it. It's open source, it's free, and hopefully, as I said, we're gonna take over the other tools and become more popular so that we remove the old ones over the time. So yeah, this would be the slides to show them, and now let's move to the shell here. And again, I'm gonna do it like a little bit newbie style. So I'm going to GitHub. As I said, it's in the Kamailio repository. It's even pinned to be at the top. And we have the README here. This is the multipass I said for Tori. It's just through the terminal. It's running Ubuntu. And I have to follow the installation for this with I think I have this already installed. I'm doing from sources using a virtual environment. I don't have it, so it's fresh here. We'll have to do everything. Okay, this one, but then I will have to install also the other. Okay, down should be a little bit more. Then I have to do. I thought I have. What is the new image? Okay. Hopefully, this is good enough. The connectivity. Then just gonna clone it. Let's go here, CamCLI. One more cloning. Yeah, okay, because of this, I need to create the environment. So yeah, I went back. And now I have to activate this environment. And I'm in the virtual environment, as you can see, there is a tool. And now it's about installing the requirements. There is another file if you want to install those for development environment. Okay, and yeah, because I'm gonna work a bit with MySQL, let's add also, it supports MySQL and Postgres and SQLite, but you will need to install some other Python packages or libraries. And this one is successfully installed. Then what I can do here would be KMCLI, and I have config. So it's running now. There is a config that you can also install and then edit. Config and help. So I have install help. So I can install it global or per user. If I do, I can do global, for example, with sudo, because we'll put it in. Yeah, it's not finding it here now. Let's do it per user then. And we have it now in our home folder. Can you see it? Is the font good enough? So in this config file, yeah, you can set your main domain at the beginning, but many comments you can provide a domain as part of it. It's still good if you work with the own domain. Then command aliases. If you work with some command that it's long, you can make a shorter, like MT for entry, PL for pipe limit, SD for speed dial. Just some example here. Then setting the database connectivity attributes, the type and the driver to be used and where to connect. User passwords. And then this was access auto format. This is the format for output of the database related commands. So you can, even if you select from the MySQL, you can print it as JSON. You can print it as YAML. So it converts it automatically. How to interact with Kamailio, the control protocol with JSON RPC. The transport for it, it's the socket, can be also FIFO file. What would be the socket file to interact with Kamailio? This is the section for the internal shell, this interactive. You can have other command remapping internally, so you can just type dv to see this db show version. API ban will be the last section here, where you have to put this key and the name of the hash table where to push. So it's fetching from API ban and pushing to Kamailio. I think there is a tool from API ban project as well for doing this. This is additional one. So if I start Kamailio, did I start it here before and now go back to what it was? It was here. If I do now uptime, it's practically getting from Kamailio the running time. This is the log from Kamailio. It's debugged, so it's got this command. This is the output, the response. Here it's in a JSON format. As you could notice, the output here, it's YAML, it's compacted. And you can choose the format. If I want to change it here, what was that? How we have here, this one up. Keep it JSON. Keep it table. Does it work? Yeah. So it's formatted in its style. I'm not sure why this one table, but it's a different JSON. I think I had to install tabulate. And what other format I have? I think dict is the same, but yeah, make a dictionary internal, and YAML was the one where you get rid of this codes around names and values. So you can do it as you want. You can set the default one in the config file, and we'll take it from there. The interactive shell, as I said, it's quite nice sometimes to work with. So you get here, and then if now it's like an RPC command, and I can start, like press H and then complete, and we'll see this one like DB, and then I can have like show version. Oops. We'll give an error here. It has no attribute to. Engine. I installed the. Did I install MySQL, right?
The library for MySQL. Install MySQL, but the library for MySQL for the
MySQL client.
Says the C library.
Yeah, okay. I'm just trying to see if I install this one first, because we need this again. And this is already installed. Then I think I put it. Control C. Dangerous demos right now. Satisfied, and then okay. Well, that one. Okay. Show version. Still the same, okay. And row query. No query, okay, wait. Okay, so I have then like CLI run, select star from version. Wait a second. Missing some dependencies. Can't connect. What's that? Okay. Sorry, guys. It was really fresh. 5 seconds. Okay, so then just to show you here on this, because it's easier until that one installs, practically in this subfolder, so in the CamCLI and then commands, we have the implementation of the commands. And some of them are quite simple. The uptime, this is because in the CamCTL we have the same command, is practically executing CTL command. And doesn't matter if you use FIFO socket, it's gonna print this. So it has internally some libraries like function, and for example, which one? The domain, probably it's also rather small to add remove domains. So practically it's creating the engine to connect to the database, and based on the parameters it's inserting, you can see the content, and then you can trigger reload, which will be another CTL command. And also dumping from the memory will be the same. And okay, this is installed, but then I will have to install the Kamailio database. Utils camctl dbctl create. Okay. db engine equal MySQL. Yeah. Okay, let me go this sudo to camctl Saturn router db engine equal MySQL camctl camdb ctl create Latin 1. Because I do it from sources, I have to go to the directory capctl Siri. Now database exists. Drop. Because I have the user. Because the first one revoke. Because the first one failed. It created the user in the database. And now I have to do it from the beginning. Okay, for whatsoever reason, it's messed up now. I will have to do this add camctldb. I will add a table because the user sits there against dbctl add table standard add tables. Let's dispatcher.
I think you're the typos.
Okay. One more. Add tables, sorry. And add table standard. Okay. This already exists. That's good. Then which one else? User lock, ESR lock. Okay, and then auth db just to add a couple of them. Okay, sorry, some typos around, and let's see at least if with camctl db show version db engine equal mysql. Okay. Grant. Okay, let me switch to this one. Use Kamailio. Show tables. Abales. Okay, so we have a couple of them here. Select start from version. Yeah, we have this one. Then I can switch back to show how to create a new command. So I said we can just have a simple example here. We go to camcli commands. Let's start with a simple RPC command. And I don't know what you like to see, like my stats. What else we can actually see? Camcli srv rpc list. So this would be the available RPC commands, but instead of just let's say executing it, we want to create a dedicated command for it. So we copy this uptime, cmd uptime to cmd sockets.python. cmd sockets, and yeah, I want to call it sockets to see where it's listening. Sockets, and then we have print the list of listen sockets. This is like help also, print the list of listen sockets. Okay, this is extra, we don't need it anymore. And I just put here the command that I want to run. And then if I do like camcli help, hopefully it's here. So you see the new command showed here. We created a new command by having this one. And now if I run camcli sockets, we get the list of running sockets. And then again, this was a simple showcase to show you how you can extend it. And this is automatically showing up in shell as well. So if I do camcli shell and I start sockets, you see it gets suggestion already from the auto completion. I can choose it, run it, it's here. If I go up, I see the previous commands, so I can also run whatever it's available, uptime, and I can also have like hash table. Then I have list tables, and it's coming here. We have the hash table list, and then we have hash table list IP ban. It's empty. So this is again like as you type, and then it's suggesting from the history what I made because I run already this command. It's there. So this would be the how to extend it. Very simple way, very simple example. Let me see if now it's working with the database. Still an error. I'll have to figure out. I messed up the installation of the MySQL. But maybe it's running now with db run. This shell db CLI run. Select star version. And now you see also this syntax highlighting based on the type of the input. Okay, I don't have access, but I can skip it from this moment. So you have this tool that hopefully will help you also privately. This has its own exit command, :Q to get out. What else I could show you right now? Shall I try again? What's the time? 2 minutes. Maybe I can fix this database. Okay, so I think I did the installation. No, I'm already ATC. It's not running. Okay, let's install Kamailio to do it the right way. Make install. Okay, sudo make install. Okay, now user local etc, e. Didn't finished. Yeah. It was with prefix. Sorry, I have to. So it's tmp Kamailio dev etc Kamailio. Then kmctl rc. We have domain doesn't matter, database engine, it's localhost, it's this one. User password. Kamailio s bin. Yeah. Yeah. And drop and revoke. There is no send grant for user Kamailio. Also, we don't have the user. Let's try create then. 19.1. Create user failed for. Actually, I can do it from here. KMCLI, maybe it's more. So, DB grant. No, it's not working from it. Something was messed up with the installation. Sorry for that. But yeah, can MySQL root. Okay, Google. Always it's Google. MySQL show access usage. MySQL user to see if I have the user there. Oh, it's there. So why it's not removing it? Start. Yeah, but it's not working from the KMCTL also, so that's a problem. Yeah. How is the field using? Kamailio. Query not specified, okay. Because I put create grant. Again failed. No. Okay. Kamailio. Okay. Okay, last attempt. If not, that's it. I will have to fill a bug. This project. Can create one. Now looks good. Sorry, looks good. Yes. Yes. KMCTL did. Okay, so now the installation is done. Yay! Benjo's done. And let's see if this one works now. Did the shell version? No, this one. I know this is something different. This is with the Python. It's a new error, yeah. But no, the other one it's working. This from here it's working, and also should work on here with run select R from version, because it's where we have the data. So yeah, it's working also with the KMCLI. It's not working through Python. We'll have to check why not. I think. No, I think it's should work by default, but I'm not sure what I missed to the installation. Anyhow, at least this is working through the CLI. And yeah, hopefully the interactive shell and other benefits will attract you to contribute to this tool. There are a couple of modules that are not covered by it, but it's more than the CamCTL and CamDBCTL in terms of features. It's covering all of them plus some additional. And this is the one that I mentioned for the TLS. With the TLS, you can get records or the attributes stored in the database, and then will generate the config files. So TLS, and then this will interact with Kamailio in memory. Then will print the config file generated from the database, or trigger a reload. So for example, if I enable it's Kamailio still running, kill all Kamailio. Okay, now then I can enable with modules list. TLS is already installed, so I can start now Kamailio with TLS. With TLS, it's listening on the TLS socket, and if I go to the CamCLI, I can see the TLS, the CFG options. They are now on the list in the memory, reload, and summary. It's not interacted, so it was with this one here. As uptime, let's see the uptime. Yes, no. Okay. Let's start it from here. Okay, so this one and now it's with uptime, but this one here was not running. What I give it yes. And then minus a right TLS, and it's looking for another location for the TLS configuration file. Then this one. Sorry, I forgot to deploy the certificates. TLS. I can start TLS cert sudo. Now it's running, and now we should have it here with the TLS info. Now that's uptime because of the socket sudo, sorry. And this is in the environment. Let me start it here with just in time. SRV, and RPC list. That's running as user now, sorry, as root. Bin and Kamailio minus imc minus dd minus wait ls 9, okay. Here, Kamailio. And now, okay. Too many privileges. SRV list. Now it's working and should work also with TLS. Like info. So we don't have any connection right now, and maximum connection are there. What else I have from the TLS? The options to the CamCLI. So you can also run it now through the shell. And here we can have the TLS. And then it's running inside. Okay, so as we enable TLS in Kamailio, then we'll get also the command in the CamCLI. So it's interacting to it via the socket. If you have questions, sorry for the mess with the installation of the database, but if you have questions about that and it's not working for you, I'll get it sorted out. Otherwise, yeah, for today, that would be that I try to install everything from scratch to show you how it should work. Unfortunately, the one with the database had some issues. I'll have to look into it. Questions? Yep. You can connect also from a different system. You just have to make Kamailio listen on an IP socket. By default, it's listening on the Unix socket file. But then you can listen on a socket and you configure it to communicate with that socket. Yeah.
What's the minimum native version you need to run
I-
current state?
In the current state, I think 5.5 would be maybe 5.4 would also work, but not really sure. But 5.5 should be fine. Maybe not all the comments, but most of them. Any other questions? Not necessarily related to the last one, but also to the entire day or for tomorrow. So tomorrow we're gonna start earlier, like 9 here. Will be some coffee starting with 8:30, and also some light breakfast, some croissant around and things like that. And then we'll have presentations. Would be a more, let's say, strict schedule, not like today where we could afford spending time to try to solve and don't solve it. That will be for Wednesday when you get the dangerous demos, but not as much time as I got today. And I'm not sure if Marcus arrived from SIP Gate. No? I understood it will be like 4 here because, yeah, for those that want to do these 5 slides for tomorrow, then contact me and I will write email to Marcus. I have one. Yeah, but I'm not sure if everyone here is there, but I somehow got the idea that it's around 4 here, and I expected, but maybe I didn't understand. Will be also time tomorrow if you want to present something about what you are doing with Kamailio or with something else in the RTC space, and you are not, or even if you are a speaker and you want to present about something else, you can do it. I think there are already like 4 or 5 people, so maybe 1 or 2 more slots are available in that session. Otherwise, if no other questions, thank you for being patient, especially with the last one. But you see the life of the developer, right? It's how it goes sometimes. You don't know why, but you will figure out somehow. Okay, thank you everyone, and